There's a big sign in the front door of the courthouse, no masks are no longer required. She goes, it starts on Monday.
The signs are up early.
I go, okay. She goes, you have to wear it still. You still have to wear it. I go, oh, okay, yeah, because it's what, they're going to spray the magic spray in the courthouse over the weekend, or what? She's like, just put it on.
Just put it on, man.
Right. I was like, oh my God, dude.
That's funny.
You're kidding. Hey.
I'm gonna read an email real quick for in case it's on tomorrow. What's up? How are you? I'm good. Okay, what? Huh?
They don't have a mask. I didn't get a mask.
Aren't you fine?
I'm fine.
No, I mean, are they still required?
Yes.
Yeah, until he can get something.
Okay,
I'm
let's.
working on it right now.
Oh, I hope you have boxes because I didn't bring one either.
Yeah.
We don't wear them at the K-12 anymore, so.
No, yeah, we're done with that. It's over.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was till the 11th.
The 14th for students, but if you're vaccinated, you don't have to wear them on our campus.
That's over now. I'm done with it.
Here, are you gonna wear it?
No, I'm not wearing it. No, we're done with that.
Thank you for the masks.
So well done.
You're always so good to us. You came in right on time.
Here's some, I'm doing it right. Here's some rice too. You guys need them? There's some. There's the.
You could just leave those in the bathroom.
No, if you do that, they'll use them. I had a workers' comp case.
No way. They used the Clorox wipe on
You're
there.
not even kidding.
What happened?
And then it was a little burning sensation and probably a little bit cleaner. I don't know. I was like, squeaky clean. I was like, did you
That's
clean it? And she's
awesome.
like, after. I'm like, oh. Okay. So
After.
I couldn't keep wiping it.
Wow.
That's funny.
I've seen it all, baby. I've seen it all. I'm sure Monica has too.
They didn't hurt.
Yeah, but
Right.
Hi, how are you?
your Android phone is tied in.
Oh,
By default, it backs up all your.
I haven't worn one in so long. I'm not gonna be able to read on this.
But if it's all there, then I can't use it.
What kind of cookie are you eating? The pecan caramel? Coconut, that's my favorite one. So good. Where's your buddy? Do you want to see a picture of it or do you need to work it?
What?
Do you want to see a picture of it or are you being serious?
No, I want to see a picture of it.
100 miles per hour. It's being
Share
made
my
next
chairs.
week.
So I'm switching chairs.
Who's that?
Joe.
Oh, Joseph. I was like, I thought that said Jennifer.
I'm gonna try to send one as well.
Ooh, like a dark gray, dude.
It's called satin steel. Or steel satin.
So you ordered it?
It's
How
being
long?
made tomorrow, or next week it's being made.
How long?
4 weeks.
That's not bad. How much? Like 80?
No. I got such a good deal, 51.
What? Did you like spec it out how you wanted it, or you just, what all did you get?
Everything, lumbar, heated steering wheel.
Did you get the
Give you a
massager, the
massage.
seat
I
massager?
don't know if it had that as an option.
It does.
No.
That's, you gotta ask James about that.
James?
Yeah.
Just won't ever get out of here.
I know, I won't ever beat him. Oh. It is tight. I don't remember.
I'm gonna go get them right now.
My husband is spoiling me with a new car. He's spoiling me with a new car. Yeah, I'm excited. This away.
Don't get any idea.
Tomorrow night. And if they're okay
She
tomorrow
said her
night,
husband was spoiling her with a new car.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, don't get any.
And I hate buying cars. A Cadillac.
Cadillac.
I'm officially an old lady.
Hey, buy American.
That's right. That's what I was looking at other
Okay,
cars
made
and
in
that's what he
China?
said.
good
No.
luck, we can get it to work.
No way.
All the parts are probably.
Bro, the
Parts,
car-
but not the
parts are
car.
made in China.
It's all
Come
put
on, Brandon,
together and
don't be a
assembled
It's an
here.
American car, right?
Yes. Hey,
Well, you know who
If
made out
our-
good?
if our American hockey teams can consist of mostly Canadians and Russians,
We're not able to get any mail.
just saying.
You know that, China made out really good. They gave us the coronavirus.
It did let
You know,
me
they
see.
manufactured it, and gave it to us. And then they sell us the masks to cover our face so we don't pass it around, right? And then they make the vaccine. So they make out like a bad.
But I've heard conflicting reports. I thought Bill Gates made the vaccine to make money.
It's made in China.
There's so many conspiracy theories.
It's made in China. All our drugs are made in China. They make our
Melinda
medicine.
made the vaccine to give to Bill, but because I just saw that interview the other day
Good to go.
with who was interviewing her?
Gil,
Was it Gail?
Oh, Oprah's bestie?
yeah.
Yeah, she was interviewing her.
Reporter by default.
What?
What's that mean?
Yeah, do it
Because
right
her
now,
friend
Dan.
is
Man
a
up.
reporter, right? So that makes her a
Time to
reporter.
nut up or
Well,
shut up.
she's pretty good at
Is
interviews.
she?
Yeah, I think she gives good interviews.
Yeah.
Who are you talking
Yeah,
about?
well.
Gail,
Gail.
Oprah's friend. What's her
It's
last
time to
name?
lead with that iron fist of yours.
It's like we know her personally.
I know.
It's Gail. It's just
Gail.
Gail.
No,
it's
that's,
Gail.
you would be amazed how many people
Yeah.
are pissed off about it at the
What she
courthouse.
was saying.
I'm like, oh my god. They do. There's like,
She kind
but
of
they're
wound
mad
up,
that everybody
said
else gets to
that
take
they,
theirs off. It's like,
she had
shut
met
up.
Jeffrey Epstein.
All the same people that are pissed off
She said,
about it, you'll
well,
see
I
them
wish-
walking through Lowe's or the
That
grocery store
Melinda said
or
that,
out to
Gail?
lunch
Okay.
without theirs on.
Gail,
But they're
Melinda
mad.
did, and then she also said
They're mad that you don't have to wear it at
that,
the.
he was too good a friend of
It finally worked, Jim.
Bill's.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Clinton.
You fixed it.
What?
Bill Gates.
What are you doing? Come on, Dan.
Yeah, and I'm like, uh-oh.
She inferred a lot.
Yeah, inferred a lot.
Uh-huh.
That's what I was thinking.
Wow.
Take your people's mask off, they can take their mask off, but I need the governance groups to agree to it, so I'm just sending it to it and say, if you have any issues
get in?
with
I'm
it,
sorry.
then
It's okay.
I feel like these chairs
notify
are
me
black.
by this time tomorrow
They're
night.
so much more comfy than the other
Yes,
ones.
I know.
Just do it. Pull the trigger, man. The whole rest of the world's out of it.
Just-
I think you guys can just fall in line because of the K-12.
You can't just do stuff because you have a governance environment. You have to go through people, it's not K-12. It's 1725, AB 1725.
Telling you, today's the day to iron fist that shit.
25.
Illegally.
Do
You
it.
have the Senate and the union all down on me, filing grievances, not following the law.
Yeah, we just said if you want, if you feel more
Yeah, I got
comfortable
Make you
wearing
healthy.
it, wear it, and if you don't, don't.
Well, we have a wonderful letter, I'm just sending it out to the governance groups now.
To review.
And then if they have a problem, they gotta let me know by tomorrow night. If it's okay, I'm gonna send it out the next day.
All right. Is it time?
No,
They don't get to vote, they only get to make a recommendation.
Oh, I get to sit next to Brandon?
Oh.
So is this like the last guy standing deal?
We'll see
You
what
lucky
happens.
bastard.
Michelle?
Years old?
Michelle,
I know.
I'm going to the 29th. I'm going to that.
Actually, you have. the
I think
amount of-
wait, I'm gonna have a heart attack.
You
Just
have
give me
them out
30
of,
seconds.
you have them
You gonna
out of
what?
order.
Have a heart attack.
Okay, we'll have a heart attack.
Are you gonna go?
Yes.
Are you excited?
I've been to so many of them.
No, isn't it
I used
vice
to go to-
president?
I used to go
The
to them all
last
the time.
person
Oh.
in line is supposed to be here.
Back in the early
In the
I
early
2000s.
days.
heard of this. It's-
Did I hear what I heard?
The clerk
Oh yeah, I
down
heard
there,
that. I was like trying to be quiet.
he'd be down there.
So you boys don't mix it up down there too bad.
Sharon would be next to
Need
me.
to update your
She's
gym
last-
membership.
no, no,
or
she's
what, dude?
He's next to me and Sharon's over there.
Huh?
Are you sure?
So this is how it goes. Is
At
they
the
they
last-
rotate that way and back over like
At the
So
this.
last
he's last.
meeting,
But
This
then
is
it's
meeting in
Brandon
the-
last because
With all this
Sharon-
other stuff.
Brandon's last.
in
He
the
should be
meeting at the
next to me.
SAC, I was essentially in this seat.
Brandon should be here.
And Joe,
They'll fix
okay.
it while we're out.
Well, it's 5:00. Let's do the.
Let's take roll call, cause I'm hungry.
As long as Joe's happy.
Starved.
As long as
Starved.
Joe's happy.
We're all
God,
here.
I'm burning on all cylinders.
All right, we're gonna call this meeting to order.
Yeah, it's 3
Can I have
after.
it? It's on.
Is red on?
Hello. Did you hear me?
Oh, red is on.
We're gonna call it to order
I
at
thought it was supposed to be
5:03.
green.
And can we
Right.
get a roll call?
Trustee Tarpley,
Present.
trustee Henderson.
Here.
Trustee Brady,
Present.
trustee Pinkerton,
Here.
trustee Wood,
Here.
and superintendent president Walton.
Here.
Public comment announcement. The comment complete written request to address the board shall be submitted at the beginning of the open session portion of the meeting. Individuals may, am I reading the wrong thing? Individuals may comment after being recognized by the board president and before board discussion of the particular item. Board policy 2350. Are there any public comments related to closed session items? No. All right, we're gonna recess to closed session at 5:04.35.
Is this supposed to be like dark like this here?
No, there's missing a light switch.
We're saving energy.
Okay.
No, it's actually, you know what, I think the light switch is in this door.
Yeah, it is. It's in there.
Well. Right there.
Oh, somebody turned it on.
Joe did.
How'd we do that?
Joe.
The light switch?
Hit the old light switch.
You gotta turn the OFF switch to the.
Look how young
ON
I was in
position.
that picture.
Look at how fat I was in that picture.
I know, I looked at that right when I walked in and was thinking, you need a new picture.
What? What'd you say?
Jen needs a new picture. Look, she's fat in that picture.
Yeah.
80 pounds heavier.
Wow. 80 pounds.
80 pounds.
You lost 80 pounds.
I did.
Holy
She
cow.
lost the whole Dennis Henderson.
Get my picture.
What's that?
It's a fat picture.
What?
She lost the whole Dennis Henderson.
That's right, 80 pounds.
Yeah, I have a good one.
She's bringing that for everybody.
Are they paying for gasoline? No.
No, we get reimbursed if we run errands.
No, I mean, if I drive down there.
Oh, yes. Yes,
No, I know. I realize.
yes, you get,
That's what I'm
it's
talking about.
0.585 cents per gallon or something.
585.
Pretty sure that's where it's at.
Okay, well, I'm going, so
I'll get it all taken care of for you.
I gotta figure out what to wear.
There you go.
Hey, the audit reports are in here on Shirley's old desk.
Okay, should I go ahead and put them on there?
Yeah, the printed ones.
Okay,
There's a management rep letter and an audit for both the regular audit and the Measure
they
B.
get all of that?
Yeah, so basically they get just one of these, and one of these,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
and one of those, and one of those for each.
Excuse me. Okay. So, I have to, he wants them switched. So I guess Sharon goes here. So I've gotta unhook their computers and rehook them in. I'm afraid to do that until, Tim, I need to switch some computers.
No.
I need this one
I
to
mean,
go over
I guess we
here.
could switch computers, or we could just log them out and log them back in.
Okay, I can do that.
I mean, I can switch them too, whichever you
Well, the
prefer.
problem is that Brandon has his own computer, so Sharon and Brandon, wait, where did he say? He said
Brandon should
Brandon's
be
here.
where Joe is.
Yeah, so Joe needs to go here. So Joe goes over where Sharon was, Sharon goes over here. Yeah, we could just unplug it and that's not gonna mess with anything then. Okay, you got that all handled then? Oh, I gotta switch their crap. Okay, you got that
Sharon
already.
is now
Excellent.
here.
And Brandon's there, and that, we don't have to do anything with Brandon, so it was really just the two. Beautiful.
room. Call the meeting to order. Bang, bang. I can't even reach the thing, so.
What happened?
You're just sitting right here.
Yeah.
They played musical chairs on you.
We sold your seat, Dennis.
So we're gonna call to order. Please do the roll call.
Trustee Tarpley?
I am here.
Trustee McPherson?
Here.
Trustee Brady?
Here.
Trustee Pinkerton?
Here.
Trustee Wood?
Here.
Student trustee Glendenning?
Here.
And Superintendent President Walden.
Here.
All right. Do I have a volunteer to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Don't all jump up at once. Maybe an ASB member.
I'll do it.
Dennis is gonna do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Thank you, sir.
Place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge
Pledge
allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for volunteering.
A little flag maintenance
Well, you know, I was in the Navy, you never volunteer for anything.
Hey, Navy's an acronym. Never, Navy is an acronym. Never again volunteer yourself.
Yeah.
All right, so now we are going to have a report out of closed session.
All right, good evening. I'm not able to see you, but hopefully you're able to hear me. The board met in closed session, there we go, at 5:08 p.m. All 5 members were present. There was only one reportable action, and that was on item 2.3, anticipation of litigation. And on a motion by Trustee Brady and second by Trustee Wood, the board authorized payment of medical benefits for Karen Engelson through the time she obtains Medicare eligibility, approximately 10 months, in exchange for a waiver of any and all claims against the district. The approximate value of those medical benefits is approximately $15,700. The board voted 5-0 on that item. That concludes the report out on closed session. There was no other reportable action taken.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, good night.
Good night. Oh, I skipped. I'm so sorry. We are going to have the prayer by Pastor George Beardsley from the High Desert Church. Sorry to skip you.
That's okay.
Out of order.
You want me to do it from back here, up there?
Up on the mic is great.
I tend to talk loud. Thank you so much for the opportunity to pray. And if you would bow your heads, let's just give this time to the Lord. Our gracious Heavenly Father, thank you for this country that we live in. And even during that pledge, I recognize that there are so many pockets in this world where people have not had the opportunity to lay their head down in freedom. And God, we are grateful for the gift that you've given us. And we acknowledge that all good things come from you. And as these trustees, these members of this board serve this community, God, I pray that you would give them wisdom, and would you allow them to govern diligently as they would support the faculty and the students of this fine institution. God, we are grateful for every blessing that you've given us, and we ask again that you would bless these proceedings in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, announcement of deleted or corrected items from the agenda.
None.
Thank you. And we're moving on to recognition, correct? Yeah? Oh, no, okay, sorry, thank you. Public comments related to non-agenda items, and I did get a card and I lost it already. Hold on. Hold please. Kevin Thibodeau Watts. Calling Kevin Thibodeau Watts to the microphone. Thank you. Did I say your name correctly? Yes, you did. Yes. One.
Okay. Hello, my name is Kevin Thibodeau Watts. I have been at the VVC campus for the last 2.5 years. In this time, I have taken some agriculture classes as well as some core classes. I am working towards my associate's degree in plant science. While in attendance at Victor Valley College, I have seen the cost of living along with the cost of attendance for schools go up. In these cost increase, the book costs have made it hard for some students to be able to take the courses needed. While being at Victor Valley College, I have experienced this as well. Some books are relatively expensive, and in most cases, the books that are bought for these classes are only used for the semester that the student is taking the course, and afterwards gets thrown on a bookshelf somewhere and just to sit there. I have been working with other VVC students as well, along with other members of the Blue Guided Pathway Student Leadership Training Program, to find a solution for a growing concern among students, which is book cost. The solution that we came up with is a free book program. The purpose of this specific program that I'm trying to propose is to reduce and ultimately eliminate the cost of the course material as well as textbooks, to ensure students have easy access to required material to be successful in the course of educational study they are pursuing. I believe this course of action will increase the student success rate overall because they will not only have to they will not have to consider how to obtain the books or material needed for the courses being took. I think this can be attainable by encouraging prior students to donate old books as well as creating a database on which courses already have offered the required books and material needed for their courses, and which courses still need their required books and materials bought for the classes. We can try to obtain free books and materials needed for the future students. This is relevant to me and should be relevant to you as our board because as the cost of attendance is going up for students, there are students that are in low income situations as well as students that don't qualify for programs such as the EOPS or the foster care or other programs that are already offered. And struggle to obtain the required books material needed for their courses being taken. This can cause success rate of students to decline. Where I feel this can benefit is if everybody had the same opportunity, it would help to increase the student success rate and provide more equality. This can also increase the holistic wellness of students. For our time frame on this free book program, we are trying to have 100% of required courses material inclusive of books that should be free by the school year of 2026-2027. In conclusion, I am looking forward to being given the opportunity to explain this SMART goal further at a later date upon your convenience. My email is watts.thibodeau at student.vvc.edu. My number is 442-243-7017. Thank everybody and have a wonderful day.
Now we
On to the recognition, yes?
Yes,
Okay, just
ready.
making sure. Okay, I'm gonna try not to butcher anybody's names. There's one I'm nervous about, not gonna lie. So anybody, is there like a script? You gonna take over?
Ask them to come over.
Do you want me to call their names?
Call their name and ask them to
Okay,
step
I'm gonna
forward.
call your names, and if you hear your name, come on down.
If you hear anything similar.
Ricardo Flores?
You're the next
Whoop,
contestant.
whoop.
Price is right.
Yes, I need a little woo-hoo. Are we doing all at once? I'm calling everyone.
Perhaps we can do all at once, but the Vice President of Instruction, Dr. Scott, could you come up and present them with their plaque?
Yes, find their plaque.
Okay.
Thank you for your assistance, sir.
Glad to be of service.
Appreciate it. Are you gonna knight him? No? Okay, thank you.
This is congratulations on your tenure to Ricardo Flores, full-time
they're not
faculty
all
member
here,
in
so
our
if they don't
These are here.
department. Done a wonderful job.
Just going
Was just talking to him
They're not
earlier
all here.
about
I think there's only 3
watching,
that RSVP'd, so we'll see.
Okay.
top priority for Victor Valley College is to grow that program, provide
If you want to know their
an educational
discipline, it's
space
here.
in which
It's here
the
too.
students and the faculty can flourish.
Aviation technology.
Ricardo's done a great job in starting from scratch and getting our aviation students prepared for the job demands in that area. So it's nearly when you graduate that program, if you want a job, you got a job, and in most cases, they're hired before they even step out of their first classroom. So thank you, Ricardo, for all that you do for our students. I know the board and president and the cabinet appreciate that.
And that's aviation technology. Did you say that? Next contestant, Justin Mott. Teaching.
Oh.
Sorry. He's English, if anybody was curious. Noah. Oh, yes, teaches English. I didn't even get it. Okay, sorry.
Maybe
But
he's also English.
He could be. British. Joanne Monroe. Nursing. You guys know it.
What's up on
You're
that?
reading it.
Yeah.
Reading the same thing, guys. Frank Sauer. Biological science.
Oh, Dr. Sauer didn't come? Oh.
Christina Shelby Art.
She's here. Yay!
I'm gonna let Dean Augustine come up and tell great things about Christina Shelby for us.
Thank you for.
She's an amazing photography teacher.
Samani.
Okay.
That is a
I
really
was
cool
way wrong.
picture.
No? All right. So Christina Shelby has been at Victor Valley College, obviously full-time 4 years, but you were part-time before that, and she has done a wonderful job building, improving upon what we've already had in place, and bringing wonderful opportunities to our students. The things that they're doing over in photography amaze me, right? And it's more than just using your phone to point and click. So developing pictures, taking pictures. Anything you want to add or share about your program?
Just continue to grow the programs, trying to branch out into different areas in the art department. Continue to grow the program and bring more students in.
Definitely. And she has, along with the other faculty, developed a non-credit photography with your cell phone class that will be offered in the fall. So.
I might take a class.
If you haven't been to the art show and seen the photography and the students' work, it's really amazing. Christina's a big part of that. So.
Yes.
Thank you.
So this is congratulations on your
No, I think it's
tenure.
Samania.
Sincere
I think.
appreciation.
I'm not sure.
and
Breaking the
commitment
rules.
to excellence.
Mrs. Shelby, stupid question. With the use of a phone, which one's better, Samsung or Apple?
Yeah, you don't have to answer that.
Well, we have a battle in our house all the time. My wife swears it is Apple.
It's how you take the picture.
Oh.
How you take the
Oh,
Good.
you know, that's you just
Okay.
that we'll never have that argument again.
Do we have a John? Anybody know how to say it? Samanye?
Samani?
Here?
Mathematics?
Oh, God,
He is mathematics? Okay.
He is mathematics.
Manika? Am I right? Monica? Sorry. Record?
It's Monica.
Thank you. Thank you. Good job.
Sure.
Oh,
It's a clear. Yeah, it's clear.
Clear mask.
Oh.
introduce you. Tell us what's going
Well, thank you. I'm very pleased and proud to present this to Monica.
She works with our EOPS students and really gives her heart and soul every day to these students. It helps them from 0 to 10, right? And we're just so proud of what she does, both in the classroom, in the counseling office, and in all ways of your life, because I know that you're here in addition to your regular days. So thank you, Monica.
No.
And just in case Robert Valdez,
He's not here.
not here, fire technology, he is fire technology.
But he is teaching and he wanted to be here, so he got a hold of me and let me know that. So
Okay.
I believe we have cake and we're gonna take a little break, right?
The less of you that came, the more cake you get. It's that new Common Core math? It's okay.
Common Core math.
Oh, it's in here. It's in the back.
It's in the back, yeah.
You're gonna take a 5-minute break?
Yeah,
to
we'll
do
take
that?
a little 5-minute break for cake. Maybe 7. You want 10?
Maybe 7.
Yeah, it should go.
What do you want? What do you guys want?
They're gonna
We
move
have
it in the
power.
next room.
Move the cake back there.
We're moving the cake.
The president of the board said, you have 10 minutes to have your cake and we'll be resuming here then. Your mic was off.
Oh, mine was? Isn't it red?
He had it turned on.
6:48-ish.
Up the hill.
Ish.
Edwards.
648.
6:48. We're back on.
Killed us with this gas crap.
Game on.
Luckily, the government gives them a.
So we are going to continue
card
with
use.
item 5.2, presentation of the 2020-2021 district financial audit and bond measure JJ financial performance audit. Feel free to get more cake. You don't need permission to leave the room.
That's really good. Okay, we have Rick Alonso, CPA with Ide Bailey. They do our annual audits. He's on Zoom somewhere, I hope, Tim. He's going to present the financial statements for the college and the report on the bond program.
Oh, someone bless, they turned on the air.
Can you hear us there?
There's Rick.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Hi.
I guess it's my turn.
It is.
Your
You're
turn.
up. You're up.
All right.
Take it away,
Good.
Rick.
I hope everyone had nice cake. That's one thing about reading remotely. I missed out on the cake, so I apologize for that.
We cut you a big piece, too.
Hope everyone has had a chance to review the report. As an auditor, basically, our scope of our audit is to issue 3 opinions. We're going to give an opinion on the financial statements. So we come in and audit the numbers of the district, and we give an opinion on that. In addition to that, since you guys are a governmental agency, we're required to give an opinion on federal awards as well as state compliance. So those are the 3 major opinions that we do give. I don't like going over a lot of pages on the report since it's so large. The one I do like to focus on is page 89, which is a summary of auditors' results. I kind of say it's like the community college district's report card. It lists the 3 opinions that we do give. For financial statements, the district received an unmodified opinion. An unmodified opinion is the cleanest opinion you can receive from an auditor, and it states that the financial statements are fairly stated in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. I also like to add up to that, the district received a clean financial statement opinion without any audit adjustments from the auditors. So, you know, the numbers that we audited from the district, we didn't change any of those. For federal awards, the district also received an unmodified opinion. So the district met all the material compliance requirements which were required to test from a federal award standpoint. In addition to that, for state compliance, the district received an unmodified opinion. So the district met all of the state compliance requirements which were required to test for this fiscal year. Each year, the state chancellor's office will give us a laundry list of items which they'd like us to test, and we didn't note any issues. We did note 3 findings of federal compliance which are included in the audit on page 91. What I like to mention on those were not significant enough for us to change our opinion. So we were still able to give the district a clean opinion despite those findings. They just weren't significant enough, and they didn't cause what we call any kind of question costs or anything like that. It was just more from a timing standpoint, some of the areas that the district was not doing at this point. But like I mentioned before, they didn't cause us to modify our opinion. So just to recap, the district received all 3 clean opinions. And you know, the financial statements had no audit adjustments. So at this time, I can answer any questions the board might have with the district's report, or I could start going into Measure JJ's audit report.
Anybody have any questions? Okay, let's move on to JJ.
All right, so Measure JJ's audit report, and that's a requirement under Prop 39. When districts passed a bond under Prop 39, one of the requirements were they needed to have a financial statement as well as a performance audit. And this is what this report is. It's basically 2 reports into one. The financial statement audit is basically, we're looking at just the financial statements of Measure JJ, and we give an opinion on that. In addition to that, the performance audit is basically a compliance audit. We're going to select a sample of expenditures to make sure that the expenditures are in accordance with what the voters wanted the money to be spent on for those specific projects. So that's the scope of the Measure JJ audit report. For financial statements, we gave the district an unmodified opinion. So unmodified opinion is the cleanest opinion we can give and states that the financial statements are fairly stated in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles for the Measure JJ fund. We didn't have any audit adjustments, so we didn't change any of the numbers. So the numbers in the report would be the same numbers that the district received sometime in September when approving the district's 311 financial report that they send on to the state chancellor's office. For the performance audits, and I'll just like to read the conclusion on page 16. The results of our tests indicated that in all significant respects, the district has properly accounted for expenditures held in the general obligation bond fund. So it's a clean opinion as well in the performance side. For this fiscal year, we looked at a 94% of the total expenditures for the Measure JJ fund, which is a large sample for an audit. We looked at close to 1.5 million of the about 1.6 million in expenditures that the district had for Measure JJ. And if you look at the findings and recommendations, we had no findings and recommendations in this report. So if you look at those pages, it basically says none reported. I always say, auditors have the perception of being negative people. And there's a good reason why. We're not allowed to give positive assurance. Auditors are only allowed to give negative assurance. So when you see a blank page from an auditor, when you look at the findings in this report, you're going to see none noted. That's the nicest you're going to get from an auditor. We're just not allowed to give positive assurance with our professional standards. So that was a very clean report, no issues to report. And with that one, I could answer any questions that the district board might have with Measure JJ report.
Anybody have any questions?
No, I would just suggest that next time it'd be nice to get this before the meeting. I got mine on the podium when I got here tonight.
Was it attached?
It's attached to the agenda, yeah.
Yeah, it was attached.
PDFs are attached to the agenda.
Sorry.
I read it on Saturday.
Didn't get that memo.
Okay. But anyway, just normally this report comes in, it has to be filed with the chancellor's office before December 31st. But due to the funding that we received from the federal government and some other issues with the COVID issue, the federal government hadn't published any rules for the auditors to audit. So it was extended at least twice, right, Rick? As far as the filing deadlines?
It got extended. The June 30th, 2020 report, as well as the June 30th, 2021 report got extended from the normal December 31st deadline to they changed it to the end of February. We're hoping that's not to be the case next year, and we'll be back on a normal cycle. But we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, the report was submitted at the end of February to the state chancellor's office, which was in their deadline of compliance. So the district was in compliance for this fiscal year. And we're hoping that changes back to the normal December 31st for next fiscal year.
Great. Any other questions? Thank you, Rick.
All right.
You'll be formally accepting the reports in the action agenda. So that.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thanks, Rick.
All right. You guys take care.
Send you cake.
Oh,
All right.
Enjoy this cake. Thanks, Rick.
Moving on to item 6.1, we're going to do progress of Board of Trustee goals. This month is Pinkerton Goal 1 and Brady Goal 3. Who wants to go first?
I can go.
All right.
Good.
Milady.
So last month was African American History Month.
Maybe speaking to the mic.
Can you not hear me? Here, sorry.
Mine's
Is that better?
Here, so that's yours.
Can you hear me okay? Okay. Sorry, my voice is kind of light. Last month was African American History Month, and they had a few events. Level Crump, an American entertainer and record producer and actor who joined VVC students and staff and faculty on Tuesday, February 22nd. They discussed African American contributions to cultural identity and legacy, and then also Miss Lewis, who is an American television host and former model and social activist, joined the students and staff and faculty Thursday, February 24th, to discuss African American contributions to culture, identity, and legacy. And Boyce Watkins, a leading financial scholar and social commentator, was also here, and that was February 23rd. And oh yeah, I had to add one thing too that's not on here. I was at Silverado High School last Friday, and we had a young lady who graduated from VVC, who is now a doctor going into her residency, and she really sold VVC, just to let you know that. She said how much money she saved. She was going to she was accepted to, I think, California, I think it was Riverside, but she did really well in really trying to sell us. So she said how much money she saved, and a lot of her friends came back to VVC. They went to the four-year college and came back and saved a lot of money. So she really sold us on Friday. And that's it.
Nice, thank you so much.
You are welcome.
Mr. Brady?
President Tarpley, could I ask Mr. Nolan if he could turn down the cooler up here? It's like a real.
Is this the one behind us?
Really cold.
I turned it cooler.
It's cold over
It's
this.
cold over at this.
I've never complained in 12 years.
We finally got Brady on ice.
Yeah.
I got Brady on ice.
He's been waiting 12
You
years
know,
to say
you
that
can sell
joke.
tickets to that, Brandon. If you're lucky.
It's in your office, right?
No, this one's behind us.
Oh, this one's there.
So,
John,
Wood
it
has the
works really
power.
well on this side.
That's good.
yeah.
It works really good here.
This building might be in line for remote.
I know.
I don't think you need to.
We have a new boardroom coming in about 2 years, right? They're good. President Tarpley, I'm pleased to announce that last month we had a very successful lunch with nearly 30 residential and commercial brokers to talk about Victor Valley College, the real estate program. What do they need? What do they see? Again, a great opportunity for many of our deans. Mr. Scott was there, et cetera. Dr. Walden was there. It was fun. Next week, we are holding one. We kind of changed it to the property managers, more so the residential property managers. And then kind of the same thing. I think that the intent of changing up what was going to be the schedule was, I think we all realized that we're down 20% in enrollment. And while we had an increase in January by 8%, we have a lot of rentals up here. And I think the best way that we can get to the tenants is through their property managers. So it is my hope that we have at least 25 on, it's St. Patty's Day. So I'm excited. I know that Dr. Walden's excited, and Dr. Todd and everybody else. So I'm looking forward to it. Again, it's a part of our commitment, my commitment as a board member here to continually connect our community with our college and to figure out what we can do better with industry and what industry is looking for from VVC. So I'm excited.
You have a report?
That was a report.
That was the
That was
report.
your report.
Thank you so much.
Would you like me to talk about the economy or?
No, don't talk about the economy.
And we're going
How
to
about the
move
war
right
in
on to
Ukraine?
7.1 or 7, the superintendent president's report. Just going to turn off some microphones.
Okay. I tell everybody, wherever I go, this is cowboy country. So,
Yeehaw, yeehaw.
Yeah. Not as cowboy as it used to be.
all right, well, there's still some culture around here.
Is there?
At this time, we're going to bring to you a presentation on student housing, potential student housing, and where this is coming from is there's a lot of students really struggling with a place to live, and there is a major push by the governor, the legislature, and our own board of governors, as well as the chancellor's office, on providing funding. And since we last presented on this subject, this funding has become available. So we've asked Servitas to come, and I'm going to let you just introduce your team and present to the board, and of course all of you, and then the board will have a chance to engage in discussion, ask questions and all that. There's nothing to vote on tonight. This is a presentation discussion phase.
Okay. Let me see. Are we live? Okay, while he gets that up and running. Good evening, everyone. My name is Garrett Sharton from Servitas. I lead all new business development efforts at Servitas. And as Dr. Walden mentioned, we're here to give a quick update on Victor Valley College's student housing prospects. There we go. That's gone. Okay. So with me this evening is Angel Rivera. He leads our whole development division at Servitas, Senior VP of Development Services. Also, Jeff Bakurin. He's a lead designer at HPI Architects. And I want to share a little bit about this team. So Servitas, we focus on community college student housing. It's an expertise for us. We have 11 student housing projects for community colleges under our leadership. And we hope that Victor Valley College could be the 12th. We are the team, the HPI Servitas team. We're the team that delivered the Orange Coast Community College project. It is now successfully delivered and occupied, and achieved very strong financial close at Santa Rosa Junior College last summer. And I think if there's one key takeaway I want you to know about what you would get with this team is that we have a flawless record when it comes to financing these projects across the country. So every single project that we've been awarded, that we engage with you on and collaborate with you on, we've achieved financial close on. And that includes student housing projects that have rigorous regulatory approvals that are required under DSA in California. Let's see. My fancy pen clicked through.
That is pretty fancy.
Yeah, when it works.
Technology.
Yeah, there we go. So here's a little glimpse of Orange Coast Community College, and I mentioned Santa Rosa Junior College. We were the first to really bring student housing to community colleges in California in a very long time, and we learned a lot along the way, and those hard lessons would be a benefit to Victor Valley College, the kind of pragmatic wisdom that we can bring to the process. We are, Servitas is a DBFOM developer. So that's a fancy acronym for design, build, finance, operate, and maintain. So once we get this project up and running, we could be your property manager. We want to be your property manager. And there's a lot involved with property management, and you guys understand that when students are in your care and custody, just how important a business that is. What I want you to take away from this slide is that we're going to design the property management approach in collaboration with you. It's a customized approach. It's not a cookie cutter approach. The goal is that from the ground up, you are our partner and we collaborate with you step by step. So you may remember that we've been here once before, a while back. We presented a market study, a market demand study, and that market demand study it required significant annual support from the school at the tune of about $500,000 a year. Happy to report what we're talking about this evening no longer requires that. It's a whole new world on the financing front. But with that comes the requirement to conform with the SB 169 grant funding. And if you can see, the 4-bed, 2-bath unit is what we would recommend is a very good balance between being cost effective for the student, a good rent per square foot, which is critical to be financially viable, but also conforms with SB 169 grant funding. So these would be 4-bed, 2-bath apartments. Along with the market study, it's a surprise to no one, the survey respondents, the students, had a lot of opinions about what they would like to see in the project, and part of the services that we provide is helping you suss out and prioritize what those what amenities would end up in the project. So I mentioned it's a whole new world on the financing front, and it really is. The SB 169 grant funding is a complete game changer to making community college housing viable and possible. It reduces financing risk in a major way. So like I mentioned, this project, this notional project that we're considering tonight, would not require $500,000 annually from the school. We think the project's going to stand on its own 2 feet. One benefit and condition of accepting this grant funding from the state is that it requires affordable rents. And that's a really good thing because there's a very clear rent calculation. You've got to hit the rent calculation to qualify for the grant funding. But by lowering those rents, you increase demand. By increasing demand, you in turn increase occupancy, which is going to be very well received by the tax-exempt bond market. The next round of grant applications are due in October, and we want to start as soon as you're ready to get a grant application in and optimize the development for grant award. In our conversations with Victor Valley College so far, they very wisely told us, do not overly rely on grant funding to make this work. So if you can imagine, if the project is this much, we're going to ask for about half, but we're going to assume that we only get about half of what we ask for. So we're going to assume we get about 25% of what the total project would be, which is a very conservative approach to making sure that it remains financially viable. And we feel so strongly about the prospects of this project that Servitas is willing to go at risk until grant award. So here's a little glimpse of the rents and what we're talking about here. It's about 244 beds among 61 units. And we'll go through, once we begin this process in earnest, because it's all a bit notional at the moment, we'll go through an entire programming phase and get together with your stakeholders and have a planning process and get that kind of input that we need to make sure this is a successful project. But the great headline here is by having that SB 169 funding, rents are going to start at $678 per month in today's dollars. And that includes all furnishing and utilities. So Victor Valley College would be in the position of creating a tremendous value proposition for the student. So this part, how it works, once the building is up and running and we're accepting new residents, with your help, we will collect all student rents. From those rents, we will pay for property operations and maintenance costs. We'll remit debt payments back to the lender, and then all remaining money is paid to the district in the form of a long-term ground lease. Our initial kind of near-term assumption on that is that the ground lease would be about $250,000 annually and then kind of go up through time. Next steps. So we're going to get into a very fun and interesting design concept. We've been tinkering with an idea so far. But the thing we want to leave you with to think about how to move forward, we want you to engage this development team to go secure the SB 169 grant application through DBFOM delivery. So the goal we have in mind is how do we get a grant application in that is compelling and persuasive and conforms in every way by October of this year. We think you have three options. The first, and I've got them listed here from kind of the most lengthy in terms of time and cost to the quickest and fastest way to get this done and least expensive. The first way is you could go through a process to select a consultant. That consultant would then run an RFQ, would shortlist to an RFP, and then to award. Upon award, then you could engage that team to go get the grant funding. You are most assuredly to miss this round of grant funding, October, if you took that path. The next kind of fastest and less expensive way would be don't engage a consultant, instead issue an RFQ and go straight to award. It's faster. We think it takes about 6 months to pull that off realistically. And then you would be at risk of falling behind in the grant application round. The fastest way, and the one that's our preference and that we were recommending you consider, is utilizing your education code. So we did a little research. There's a certain portion of your code that allows for the board to vote and empower your administration to negotiate an agreement to get us up and working as fast as possible. So with that, I'm going to hand the reins over to Jeff Bukurin, and he's going to walk us through an initial design concept.
Yeah, thanks, Garrett. All right, let's see if this works for me here. Okay. All right. So I actually, thank you for having me here tonight, by the way. Had the opportunity to come visit the site a few weeks ago with my colleague Aaron back there. And As you see on the screen here, the site that we're considering is just northeast of the Child Development Center, just above that parking lot there, north of the parking lot. While we were here on the site, we walked around pretty much the whole thing. Really wanted to get a feel for not just the site itself, but connections to other buildings on the campus. A few takeaways from that trip, I think, are one, a little better understanding about how that site actually physically is right now in terms of the topography. There's quite a bit of hill up there. Mm-hmm. There's some slope going down there, right? But there is a piece of that site that is flat, towards the parking lot. So we'll show you in some of our studies how we're considering using that flat piece of the site. In terms of the connections, I think from a pedestrian standpoint, how you might access this site or access other buildings on the campus. For example, the 3 circles that are up there on the screen right now are the library, the student activities building, and the student services buildings, which are all really important buildings, I think, that students would be visiting frequently. And I think to do that, you'd be coming down off the southeast corner of that site up there, crossing over Jacaranda, taking the loop around the lake, or taking the driveway up to the student services building down there. So those are some of the most direct ways, I think, and you'll see how that applies to the design that we're going to show you soon. I think we also need to think about vehicular access. Of course, you have the very formal entry off of Bear Valley that comes off that main roundabout. But I think, what I noticed was and I took this route today as well as when we came back a few weeks ago, but the most direct route is actually right up Spring Valley to the left of the Child Development Center, and then cutting across on top of that Child Development Center into that parking lot. So I think as students start to get comfortable with the building, that's probably going to be the most direct route that they will be taking. That parking lot, by the way, when we were here, and given the time of year, it was pretty empty there, but from what I understand, that it might be a little bit underutilized right now. So that parking lot could provide, maybe not, she's shaking her head.
That's the nursing parking lot.
Oh, it is,
that
okay.
Will definitely get used.
That gets pretty full.
Yeah.
Well, that's good, because we came up with solutions for if that happens as well, so. But, so those were some of the things that we were thinking about, is how you get here by car, how you get to some of these buildings by foot, and what that site looks like. In these next slides, you're going to start to see some very high-level conceptual studies here. What you're looking at now is sort of a building that's got 2 long legs on it with a central knuckle. And at that central knuckle, what we're looking at doing is creating that main lobby space and creating sort of an entry plaza that focuses back down towards the campus and creates an area for students or pedestrians to get direct access to that building in a safe way. You're going to notice that we're also looking at providing some outdoor space here. So what we're thinking is to provide maybe a courtyard space north of the building. And the reason we're doing that is to allow the building to provide some shading for that courtyard space, because I know it can get pretty warm here in the direct sunlight. So we want to try to think about some of those things. You're also going to notice that we're even looking at using some of the other piece of that flat side off to the left as possible new parking area. So I can't remember what was the number we came up with in there, 60 stalls, something around 60 stalls in there that you could fit on that area. And the reason we're positioning the building like this is because we're really using that flat piece of site that I mentioned, and that will really help us to reduce, some of the foundations, some of the overall length of the building, so there's not a long travel distance to some of the common areas internally. You're reducing the amount of roof area as well. So all these things, as Garrett mentioned, really help to optimize that development, for the grant approval. Going into some sort of 3D images here, now you're starting to get a sense of that building here, how it fits on the site. You can see this is a 3-story solution. We did explore 2 stories, and we felt that this, as I mentioned, 3-story, there's some cost savings that come along with that. I think it also really helps to reduce the overall length of that building as well. So that's kind of a nice feature. Dropping down, just to get a sense of the architectural character, we really, I think as we walked around the campus, we really started to look at some of your newer buildings, such as the student services building up towards the front. Really nice looking buildings. So we decided to take some ideas from that. Again, this is all very, very high level, first past ideas kind of things. But in this, you'll see some of the similar colors, materials, the large roof overhang that we're starting to think about in terms of developing the architectural character. In this view, you're looking at that entry plaza that we're talking about, focusing back towards the campus. And in fact, maybe I can back up just a couple slides here. What I didn't mention was the opportunity to come from Spring Valley, cross through that parking lot, and then connect back down to Jacaranda to create sort of a loop and an easy way to get to that building from either location. Got a couple more images here real quickly. Swinging around to the backside, you're starting to get a sense of that courtyard space. And then again, if we start to drop down into that courtyard space, you're starting to get a look at potentially how the building could start to take shape. This is the entry off of that northern courtyard. And we're even starting to look at ideas. We get really excited when we do this part of the stuff. So we got a little carried away, said, hey, it'd be great if we could get some balconies in here and what have you. So just some quick ideas that we're starting to toy around with. And then again, a view of that parking lot area, or this could also be a potential phase 2 as well. This is a great piece of land that if you want a future build out, you can put another 3-story building over here that works, very well with the overall plan. Coming in, just to give you some high level plans here, Garrett mentioned a four bedroom, 2-bathroom unit. This is sort of what we're thinking about in terms of that layout. So you'll see 4 private bedrooms, a central common living room, kitchen, dining area, and then 2 bathrooms off onto each side. And this is the entire, this is what will populate the entire building there. It's kind of hard to see on this, but those 2 legs are all units on each side. And then that central knuckle is where the main lobby would be. Off the entry plaza, you'd have a couple elevators off that main entry lobby, a reception area. There could be some leasing offices in there. And then as you move up to the 2nd and 3rd floors, what we're trying to do is create some common areas to allow the students to socialize within the building. So we have some active social areas in there, some quiet study rooms. There could be potential for a game room in there or what have you. And then again, up in the 3rd floor, same thing, with possible opportunities for an outdoor roof deck or something of that nature. And so with that, I'll pass it back to you there, Garrett.
So with us tonight, like I mentioned, Angel Rivera is here, and the CEO of HPI Architecture, Larry, in the back, and project architect Aaron Blinkenow in the back. So between all of us, we've got the firepower to answer your questions, and we're happy to hang as long as you'd like to discuss this.
How many units? Or how many beds, I guess, is the more important question.
Right now we have 244 beds. We were tasked with studying 250 as a good starting point, which is a good subset of demand. The bond market's going to want to see us make sure that we design, if we identify demand here, design to this so that it leases up easily.
Just want to clarify, I don't think we're talking about the same parking lot. So the parking lot they're talking about, facility says, is rarely used. The most cars they ever see there is 3 or 4. The one closer to the nursing department, that's where the students of the nursing department park, but they just parking this far over, they don't usually go over there.
It looked like that one. Maybe I just didn't understand the map, but
yeah,
I was like,
I just wanted to clarify that.
Sure.
Could you explain what happened?
Pull that slide right there. There you go.
Blow that up, I think, if you can blow it
because
up.
that first one is the parking lot for Excelsior, right? That big one.
But there's another one.
And that second one is the one that's the overflow parking for nursing. I know, because I've had to park there when there was no parking in the building 32 parking lot. Now, granted, I was respiratory and not nursing, but it still got used quite frequently.
That's a pretty large lot.
Oh, I don't doubt that it's not large, but it gets used. That's all. Yeah, that's the lot that you'll see nursing students walking across the street if they can't find parking in that parking lot. I have a question about different units. Were you guys going to do just the 4-bedroom units? Because what happens if somebody that has children needs a place to stay, or are they excluded from needing to use it?
It's a great question. So nobody's excluded from needing to use it as long as there are students.
Mm-hmm.
The current concept is not for family housing. It's for by the bedroom housing. So for residents, each one has their own lease. So if a roommate transfers, for example, or leaves school, The other 3 don't have to pick up the tab because their lease is just for their bedroom and a percentage of the unit. So the current concept does not assume families renting these units.
So if a single mom finds herself without a place to stay, this is not an option for her.
It's just not a particularly convenient option, no, because she would have to rent the whole unit and that'd be very expensive.
Okay, because I kind of thought that we were going to use this also in conjunction with our program where we kind of put students that, you know, become in a dire situation and kind of use this as a possible, no, not at all.
So that's a different type of housing,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a whole different project, and that's not what this is designed for.
Okay.
Not that there's not a real need for it, but it's just not what this is all about.
Gotcha.
So you don't necessarily, like if you're renting the one unit, you're sharing a bathroom with somebody that you don't necessarily pick as your roommate, right?
You can pick if you'd like.
Like if you
but
get
you
4
don't have
friends
to.
together, you can all go, okay. And then, and this, forgive me, I'm picturing a lot of movies in my head. Is there any kind of supervision or? Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, a little bit. That was like maybe one of them. Maybe the top one.
In our first stakeholders meeting
Old school.
at Orange Coast College, that was the first question that was asked
That's
by
what
a
I
neighbor.
thought. So it's like a dorm.
Will this be Animal House? That's the first question asked
Yeah.
by a neighbor.
So,
which
proud to be
I'll
number
never
2.
forget. The short answer is yes, we would have staff. The way we staff the properties is there's a property manager,
Mhm.
an adult, probably non-student. There's probably a custodial person to help clean it every day. There's a engineering type person to fix things
And these are all managed by,
by Servitas.
Okay.
In this scenario, they don't have to be. If the college says we want to do it, you can. And the structure gives you flexibility. So whatever you decide up front doesn't mean you have to live with forever. You can change your mind.
okay.
And then we have resident assistants. And those are at a ratio. For 244 beds, you're probably looking at 5 or 6 of them. And they are part-time workers. They're usually student residents. So they're paid for 20 hours a week worth of work. And they take turns and they walk the halls, they respond to issues. And then there's policies, of course, for residents, which are designed working hand in hand with your student affairs department. So you may choose, for example, for a building to be non-smoking or to not allow alcohol or whatever policies you decide, and we work with you on it. We don't have a strong preference on those policies. We would advise there's a balance between living on campus and having the complete freedom of a market rate apartment, but you also don't want to try to run a prison, right? It's somewhere in between. There's a balance that works for students and for the college, and that may evolve, right? What we thought was correct
Right.
30 years ago may not be what we agree today, and in the future, the same thing.
So then alternately, in the spirit of running a prison, safety is a concern. So is it key card, fobs, things like that?
So the way we handle that is, first of all, we try to have a single point of entry, which is that knuckle in the middle that
Okay.
Jeff showed.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first step, that we can secure one spot, have cameras there. We try to keep that spot staffed as much as possible. The office space for the employees I mentioned would be at that location also, just to keep eyes on that entry point. Then the second part to that is there are some cameras throughout the building. Most campuses end up having us provide the camera feed to the campus security.
Mhm.
That way they can monitor it themselves. It's probably the best method. And then when there's an issue, the police gets called. Right? There's obviously fire system, etc.
Right, and then so that becomes another route that campus security
Well,
checks on for the vehicles.
most likely, the one thing the college would be out if we did this is we would probably hire one more
Officer.
officer.
Because we'd need to make sure that like cars weren't broken into,
We would keep
whatever,
a pretty strong presence somewhere
Okay.
on the premise.
on that area, in that general vicinity.
Yeah.
Now, what happens when a student is no longer a student and they're still living in the, how are you guys going to be communicating with the college about that?
So the way you usually do it is we create an interface of our systems, like college systems. So we effectively take our rent roll of students and kind of send out to your database, and he bounces back and says, yeah, they checked correctly, or this one does not check correctly. Now, during the last few years, there's been a ban on evictions. So some
Right.
colleagues have had to deal with the problem of former students staying in the building, and the governor's mandate banning them from evicting the students. I think that will eventually go away, but that has certainly been a problem currently, but not a problem historically. If you're not a student, you're ineligible to live in the facility, so you have to leave. Same way that the UC and the Cal State system handle their residence halls. There's nothing unique or novel about it.
I would just say I like the outdoor spaces that you were pointing out, like the balconies, the courtyard. But I'm gonna guess that none of you live up here. Is that right?
It's a misters.
I mean, honestly, none of you live up here?
I actually visit quite frequently. My brother-in-law lives right down the street.
Okay, then you know what I'm about to say. The wind blows all the time. So you see, there's a lot of places up here in the high desert that will incorporate like some of the hotels down by the 15. Some restaurants have kind of done some nicer patio areas outside. And they incorporate these nice outdoor spaces, and they don't think one time about the fact that the wind blows pretty much in the same direction, but it blows all the time. So as you're building, one, I would just caution against too many outdoor spaces for that reason, because people don't want to be out there with their stuff all blown away. But two, I live just right up the street. So at my house, the wind blows that way all the time. It's not the same in the whole high desert exactly which direction it blows. I imagine it blows that way here too. Do you know? Have you noticed? Anybody who's on campus all the time? It blows that way, right? Or close to that. I would take that into account when you're designing kind of the shape and the direction the buildings sit, and then try to pocket any outdoor spaces so that they would be shielded from the wind, because that balcony, nobody would ever go out there because it would just be getting straight wind all the time. It would be miserable. But the one on the back, I think, depending on the exact orientation of the building, would probably be quite a nice space. But
It looks cool though.
yeah, it does look very cool, and I think the wind would be going that way on that design, and so that should pocket out the wind and make that a really nice courtyard. But I would just say, please don't waste your money, don't waste your time, don't make something that just looks nice that nobody will ever use. I mean, I'd rather see like an enclosed patio area. If it's going to get ravaged by the wind, then just make it kind of a quasi outdoor space. Glass it in. If that's going to work for the wind, 3 stories tall, and if I'm right about the wind direction, that should block the wind. It should turn out to be a really nice outdoor space. But the other one on the front, that thing will just be a wind tunnel all the time. So take that wind into consideration when you're positioning things and designing any outdoor spaces. I mean, all of us who live up here, we see it. You go to certain restaurants, they got this great outdoor patio, always empty. Nobody wants to be out there.
Until we had to.
It's a waste, it's not down the hill where it's not windy.
I think you showed us some indoor spaces that you created as well, where students could congregate indoors.
Yeah, and that's great feedback. Jeff, can you share a little bit about the typical wind studies that you do in the design process?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the points that you're bringing up are very valid, and those are things that we were thinking about in the layout of this as well. I think using a 3-story building to shield not just from the sun, but from the wind is very important for getting a very usable outdoor space. So those are all things that we are also taking into consideration when we go through this process. And I think, more conversations like this to understand the intricacies of specific things on this campus will also help, shape the design. We're kind of doing this in a little bit of a bubble, just playing with ideas, but I think these kinds of conversations will lead to a really successful project.
It looks really cool. So many things, like we were partway through the build of the nursing building when the construction company said, we can't put regular doors on here because the direction the wind blows is going to tear the doors off. So they switched to a revolving door. That's why if you notice on our campus, we have probably more than the usual number of revolving doors on a college campus. If they're in the stream of the wind, then we've had to put in the revolving doors to fight that. So just.
Yeah, we did a project in West Texas. It's a very similar environment, and in Canyon, Texas.
Can you speak to the indoor spaces though that you had?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Where's the pool exactly? I didn't see the. And
There
the
is
boat
no
ramp.
pool.
Where's the
lake.
where's the boat
Ooh.
ramp? Where's the boat ramp access exactly?
We're going for affordable this time around.
So there's no type of recreation in there. There's no workout room and nothing.
At this stage, no. At this stage, there are rooms for students to congregate, study, and play together, but there's not a fitness facility.
We have a
We
gym
have a
on
fitness
campus,
center.
yeah.
Yeah.
And they can take a non-credit gym class if they want to just use the gym. Like that's,
The college has a fitness center for
Yeah.
the students.
No, Dan, I understand. I spend 100 days a year in hotels, so you're talking about the wind. Brandon, great thing. I think you said something about balconies. I don't know if these had balconies on it.
they
Because
showed a
no new
couple.
hotels anymore even build the balconies because they don't want people to have a good time. First thing I want to go on the record, I am a absolutely strong proponent of student housing. Okay. I have talked about this need for probably 10 years. Val Christensen, who used to own not Corky's, what? Johnny D's. You know, he had an idea. He went to Prim Ready. I'm all about it. I'm a product of. I started in student housing when I was in 7th grade, and it wasn't because I was a good kid. I will tell you this, and I'm also very familiar with HBI, so I'm also in the development business. What I said to Dr. Walden the other day was this. You said at the beginning, Garrett, that all of a sudden things have changed dramatically in our housing demand, okay? We use demand studies all the time. So what has changed in the last 2 years during COVID on housing demand that would limit our risk here as a taxpayer and a trustee to zero? What does that demand look like? And do you have a copy of what that study looks like that we could look at?
So yes, we have a copy of the study. It's the original one. The biggest change is we've had large changes in enrollment here, but also nationwide. Also, there is no risk to zero. We can get it as close to zero as possible, and these prospects are very strong, mostly because of the SB 169 grant program that provides. As long as you design it affordable rents, and there's a rent calculation, they're going to provide grant funding, and we're assuming 25%. Most of the projects that have been awarded, had earned a recommendation so far, have received 100% grant funding. So we're very conservatively assuming if we can make this work at 25% and it's a stand on its own project, that if we get north of 25% grant funding, then that risk gets very low.
So that's the only change.
So I'll say this. Student housing attracts students, so I'm all about it. But I'm going to ask some hard questions. So let's get back to the 169 funding or grant funding. How long is that going to be around, and how big is that pool?
There are 2 more rounds of funding, and they combine for $1.5 billion.
Okay.
Half of that is marked or directed at community college projects. So $750 million that VVC would compete for to subsidize its housing.
How many doors do you think that's going to equate? I mean, is this a?
$750 million.
Are we at 300,000? No, I'm talking development now. Are we at $300,000 a door for this?
This is right now notionally hard costs and soft costs combined are about $35 million.
What
That's
about
before grant funding
per door? Divide the 35.
Per doors by unit, not by bed.
Yeah, by unit. Didn't you have 64 one-bedroom units that were standalones?
We have 64 4-bedroom units.
Okay.
It was 244 divided by 4, so we had.
So what's the dollar per door?
61 units. So we have 61 units. You said $35 million all in. So that's $500,000 per door.
Okay, so I was off 200 grand.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's hard costs and soft costs.
Correct.
And financing costs and permitting through the DSA and a big budget for water tap fees, because those usually get you here in the state. And it's a whole package.
And there's 4 students in that, behind that
They're all
door.
four bedroom, 2 bath.
Correct. It's 4 bedrooms.
Parking, I know that I had a conversation in the parking lot tonight on a hopefully new hotel coming on up here, and the argument was the parking. The city of, let's say, X says we want 1.5 per door. We figure 1.5 cars per door.
So right now we have a little bit more than 1 parking spot per door, but if the challenge to make this project work is adding more parking, that will not be a major.
So,
inconvenience.
I believe.
That's 244
I
spots
believe-
right there in that spot.
No,
Just on.
per door is
He's
per
talking
unit.
units, not
So it's
doors,
60,
not
it has 60 or so parking
It's
spots.
flashing.
Anyway, we're a public community college. We're not subject to the city, their codes. We operate by the state codes. Is that right, John?
But the state codes usually on the UBC side, on the federal level. I mean, Dan, I'm not gonna argue. I'm gonna just tell you that these are the concerns I got. The other thing that Dr. Wall and I talked about the other night, I'm all about RFPs and RFQs. I mean, this is public dollars. So as much as I support the concept and I love the concept, I could make a decision without taking a look at hard dollars. I like a list of all the projects you've done, where they've been done. I'm very familiar with Orange Coast. That was a very, very, very successful project. That was 600 plus units or 1,000?
It was 823 beds.
Yeah.
Units wise, from memory, I would say 350. I'm off. No, that wasn't exactly 350, but it was about half the units have 4 residents per unit.
And I will also go on the record that on Friday, I talked to the former president of the board of the college, Jim Marino.
Huh?
Jim and I are very good friends. And we talked about this, and he said the project came out well. But as I said to Dr. Walden, I get nervous as a trustee when we don't have an RFQ, RFP process, and that we're doing this really too fast. So I think if we need to have some more special meetings, that we need to do that to be sure that we're making the right decision on behalf of our students first. I mean, I really believe wholeheartedly in this concept, but I don't want to go so fast that we look back and say, we didn't ask the right questions. So.
What's the little building right there by the parking lot? Kind of looks like a bus stop.
Oh, actually, it's a maintenance. We're showing a small maintenance area, and then a
Trash
I don't
can?
know if bikes are big here, but potentially be an area for bike storage.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
Are you talking about the white area?
Yeah, the little like
Not
it
the little
kind of looks like a bus
thing.
stop.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know, like.
Yeah, it's a bicycle storage.
Yeah,
Garrett-
I mean, these are details that we would work through as we go
Alright.
through the design process.
I was just
but
curious.
On other projects, we see them typically coming up, so we're showing some things in here conceptually.
So I would ask Garrett and Dr. Walden, if you could get this presentation shipped to us tomorrow with all the addresses you've done. I think you said on the P3 slide you've done 63 since 1999, is that right?
That's probably right offhand, yeah.
Okay. You made a comment about you would be at risk.
Yes.
Explain to the audience what you mean by at risk and
I'm gonna let my boss explain it.
okay.
Okay.
Because
I'm sure you understand what that means.
But I think the public needs to understand when you say at risk.
So these projects are very expensive. The process from starting the design to achieving financial closing is an investment of, let's call it $2 million. I'm probably off, but let's call it that. It's a big investment. And we have a lot of resources that the company spends in that process. Architects, construction estimators, project managers, the developers, financial analysts. We're willing to do our part of the work at no cost to the college, and if the project fails, we would ask the college to reimburse us for our time on the project until the grant is awarded. Important because without the grant award, the project is not financially feasible, right? So what we're telling the colleges, we'll work with you hand in hand on feasibility without a Servitas billing $1 or earning $1. Now, once the grant's awarded and we have a project that is feasible, then we would expect the college to commit to paying us for a time if the college backs out, if the project does not occur. However, what we're not proposing is that the college not share the risk for the design costs, right? So the Servitas piece, we will not charge for. but our HPI architect and the engineers working for them, who will be extending an incredible amount of time and resources through the process, we would expect the college to cover those costs if the project did not proceed.
If we changed our minds.
Correct.
Okay.
But it's very important to note there will not be a whole lot of that expenditure.
Is that
before
post-grant
the
or pre-grant?
Excuse me?
The liability you're asking the college to assume is post-grant, right?
Yeah, probably 100%, if not very close to 100% post-grant. The grant preparation is not a major leap from what we have already. It's putting numbers to this, putting paper to it.
So we would possibly be out money if, once the grant was awarded, if we backed out after that.
Correct.
Well, let me ask you a question, Doc. So let's say that we are, and don't take this wrong, okay?
Sure.
You want to basically buy it, develop it, manage it, and you control all the you control all the numbers. No?
We're proposing to be a fee developer. So we would just collect a fee of the
No, but all
project.
the analysis, you're controlling the analysis, unless the college, we get the grant, and we have an independent development company look at your numbers, your assumptions, the bond, and they come back and say, these numbers don't work, your numbers say they do work. What happens to the college in that standpoint? Are we on the hook if we hire somebody just to double check our math?
Are you on the hook? If you want to assign the cost of that company to the
No,
project,
just have
it's
an
okay.
independent consultant take a look.
Of course,
You know,
as you should. And you're going to have multiple checks on this. First of all, you have, of course, your own team. Secondly, you would have whatever underwriter we would use on the project, right? They will be working on behalf of the college. Not for the college, you don't have to pay them, but they would have the same due diligence, they're SEC regulated, to make sure the numbers that we're sending to S&P for the bond rating are accurate numbers. So then you'd have the rating agency reviewing those numbers also to make sure that the numbers are legitimate and accurate. On top of that, you have then a contractor provides the main number because the construction cost is most of the project cost. And the rest are mostly percentages assigned to those dollars. And we would have an independent market study company also paid for by us as part of the financing process because the underwriter and the rating agency both want an independent company to confirm, yes, there is demand for this housing.
And I'm not arguing. An independent company paid for by you, that's not an independent company. Make sense?
If you want to pay for it, sir, it's
No,
probably
I'm just
$50,000, and I
wondering
encourage you to do it.
if any of your clients have ever just had that independent company check.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
yes, we have. Yes, we have.
And we found recently, over the last year or two, that more and more often it is required that that contract run through the college. Even if it's reimbursed at financial closing, more and more the rating agencies and even the companies that do that work are asking to create that separation of not being paid directly by me, that the contract be with somebody else.
Okay.
So that what you are alluding to, or not alluding to, what you're directly addressing, it's becoming, it's not the norm yet, but the industry is headed that way. Our last two projects, we had to do it that way. Because for the same reason, they didn't want the company to be hired by us, which is fine. We actually welcome that check and balance process, and it's led to some significant design changes in the past.
If we were all private investors in here, that would be a pretty easy decision. When you're dealing with public money and you're obligating out, you have to look at it a different way.
Sure, but I would also remind you, sir, we're not asking you to fund the project.
No, I understand.
Okay.
But there is risk if something were to happen.
Absolutely. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so whether we're funding it or we're on the hook on the back end, you're still at risk.
It's partial. I would do everything possible to make whatever back end risk you have as close to zero as possible.
I get it.
To Garrett's point, the main risk you have post financial closing is force majeure risk, right? It's an earthquake.
What?
It's a
Force majeure.
acts of God, right? You have a massive event that makes the building open late, right? Well, guess what? It's going to open late and it's going to affect you, right? Because the cash for the building was going to you. Well, finish the building, but you'll be affected by that.
And we're considering a non-recourse tax-exempt bond here. That's the financial product. So the overall risk picture changes dramatically for the college when that's the financing product.
Oh, totally. In the development business, that's the word you like to hear.
Non-recourse is a magic word.
Well, I don't owe you anything if I go belly up, that's okay.
Yeah.
And so when you're going to have a third party check these, when they take the whole risk picture and kind of, from a macro view, that plus the grant funding, that's why it's a whole new world, and
But
that's
see,
why we're here
if
tonight.
we have a non-recourse deal, that's easy for me to sell. I could vote on that right now.
You should have led with that.
Well, we're not here to talk about the details of the financing. It's just kind
Right.
of step one is we know Victor Valley needs student housing and the student body wants it. There's a path. The path requires us to move quickly. You have options on the grant, right? You have options to move quickly. You really do need a team that has kind of been there, done that, to make sure that the development is optimized for grant approval. Once we get a grant approval, the deal kind of goes hard at that point, and
But there will be another step of approval, which is
right.
those contract terms. We're not asking you to sign anything or commit to something. We're asking you to start a conversation.
Again, as I said very clearly, I'm a huge proponent. We study this economy. Rents will be going up 20% a year probably for the next 4 years out here. We are looking at about 25 million new feet of industrial space coming to the market in the next 8 years. Those require hundreds and hundreds of people, and they're gonna make good money, and they're gonna force people out of where they are today. So I'm all in, but I've got to just ask questions because of what we do.
And we're not voting on this today.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Because I would.
So any more questions, or can we move on to the next?
So let me just say, the idea was to bring this to the board for discussion and consideration and for thought. If we're going, there's 2 more rounds of funding. The first one being in October. The first one actually just closed, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And so there's one more, and then the last one is when?
They're due October of this year and October of the following year, as long as nothing else changes.
Okay, so there are advantages to student housing in several ways, but just one that hasn't been mentioned tonight is it does create more student life, not only for the students who live here, but for those who get to be friends and hang out with those students as well. The original thought 2 years ago, pre-COVID, was to build a 450 bed, but when John and I sat down with them this time, I was not comfortable with keeping that same number, but the idea is we could expand. If this gets in and it's packed out and there's high demand, then there would be possibility to build that other arm out there in the future. But the other thing is, whether the board wants to move forward, if you do the RFQ, then RFP, all that, then you're going to miss this round for sure. The RFQ and straight to bid still takes 6 months, right? Or how did you word that?
A lot of that is our assessment, interacting with colleges about how long these things take. Mr. Brady, you mentioned special meetings. If the board was so inclined to kind of fast track that decision-making process, then obviously that would take a risk out of that 6-month schedule.
And I'll tell you where I think you could really speed up the process is this presentation and listing out the projects that you've done and explain a little bit more about 169 and all those things. Break out how management fees are done. Give us kind of a basic pro forma against another school and how that did. We're all, I think, really quick studies. But to do this, to bring this, which is a great presentation. I appreciate you guys coming up here. And not getting any kind of questions like this, I think you would have been kind of surprised. If you had it by the end of the week, I know I have a fair amount of traveling. I take a lot of reading material with me. I take this very seriously, and this is a huge issue. And as Dr. Walden said, the interaction that students have. I mean, I can't tell you how much I enjoyed, living the dorm life and entertaining 24/7. We need this, and we need it now because the market is going to hurt our students in rents, and our students won't be able to come here. And, we have one of our great former trustees in the back that reminds us every month about our enrollment. I see some great things coming in this valley, better than I've ever seen in 33 years, but they're going to have a huge impact on a class of people that I don't want to see have happen, and most of them are going to be our students.
The final thing I'd want to say is I would never, advocate for, in fact, I would advocate against the college ever running this facility.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
That is a distraction from our mission. And I know they do it at the UCs and CSUs, but that's a different world. And that's why if this is a direction that the college wants to go in, the board wants to go in, it should be considered, because this will be way past my years here, is that the college does not get involved in running the facility.
Let me ask you this question. Let's say that you got this information to us pretty quickly.
I suppose you will.
Huh?
I suppose you will.
Oh, I bet you will. Okay. And let's say that we could get all this vetted out by, we're in what, March? June. Okay, so you guys are kind of moving along. This goes in April. When would we be welcoming students in here if you do what you need to, because you obviously want to get paid? I mean, that's how you make your money, the management fees and all the other stuff. When would we be putting students in here? What year?
If we wait for the grant award to start design, which means we don't start design until summer of 2023.
But see, you're going to take the risk and do that $2 million, right, up front?
We have taken a lot of risk in the past, and it's only bid us once, it was recently. So we'll probably take some risk, but probably not all of it. We're willing to share the risk. Never willing to do it.
Where was that $2 million you said you're willing to?
Well, we're willing to fund it, but if the project fails, then there needs to be risk sharing. In a public-private partnership, there's always a risk sharing component, but we're willing to fund it up front. Yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out when we're gonna cut the ribbon for these students to move in.
If we do that super low risk approach, which is waiting for the grant award, which is next March, and the grant funding, which is summer after that, so it'll be 24 to start design. 23 to start design. You gotta decide for, let's call it 6 months, maybe 7. And that's a fast-paced design. That puts us then at the end of the year before we submit to DSA.
And 6 months of DSA.
Maybe 7 or 9, right? But let's assume 6 because the nice people that like you, and then you'll get into the ground probably third quarter of 2024 with the groundbreaking, which means you're opening for occupancy fall of 26.
So in Hill,
3.5.
the college has to have the grant because we cannot do the $500,000 a year risk. I realize what you were telling us, it was a risk that if there was occupancy was low, we could be out up to 500,000. I don't believe that we'll have that problem, but what I believe doesn't matter. We still have to look at it from a risk standpoint. So following your third option there, that if we just said we're going to go into the ed code, we're not going to go out for FPs, RFQs. Was that just now what you laid out? Is that the timeline?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We could accelerate it, we start design sooner. But
so it would be open for residency in 25?
5 at best.
Could you do this when you're sending over your stuff, kind of put down those timelines for us?
Yes, sir.
And what would be done between those periods of time? You know, preliminary design, conceptual design. You know, I'm not talking about structural, but conceptual.
Nothing.
Right.
Yeah. I think that would help us really kind of move this thing along.
And that's associated with practically zero risk approach, right? That's and I would also add, not to correct you because I haven't thought about it till right now. When we had the $500,000 subordination number 2 years ago, we were assuming a much larger project. For a smaller project, that number might be smaller, but it was still an annual risk the college was taking, which at the time the board said that's too hot. So
let me share something with the board that I found just staggering here about 4 months ago. And it moved to a lunch with the city manager and the mayor of Victorville. What the rents are on apartments on the west side of Victorville are over $2 a square foot. So do the math. You have 1,000 square feet and you're paying $2,000 a month. Last time my dad always told me it was after-tax dollars. Okay. I thought we were still in the $1.35 a foot. And those rents are just going to keep pushing as these warehouse people come because they're going to be willing to pay more for it. And they're going to push people out on it. It's going to be, so I'd really like to see how we could take the balance of the site and really plan for a phase 2 because I can tell you we will need a phase 2.
Okay, we'll plan on that. And of course, those rent assumptions, presuppose that supply is even available, right?
We're at less than a 2% vacancy rate.
Right, exactly. So if a student can find a place to live, then they get the pleasure of paying $2,000 a month.
And that was the picture also. When we studied the market 2 years ago, it was still very, very low vacancy.
And then safety issues in some of those places is
Absolutely
probably a major issue.
And that's the problem with the shadow kind of student housing market.
Totally. No, I listen, I'm all in.
Do we know how much parking is available in that parking lot that you guys want to dig into? I'm sorry, I'm still, well, we've got, I know that I've talked to the cabinet about the parking lots that are, it's an issue right now because a lot of them are under construction. And I've got to park in one parking lot and walk to the building because there's no parking in one parking lot. But you guys are seriously talking about a possibility of over 150 people needing to use this parking lot if you have full capacity because you only got 60 spots along the side.
Yes, and what I will remind you is today, they're all driving into campus and parking on campus every day. Now, when they live on campus, they may not all have a car because they can walk or
Right,
bicycle.
no, but you've got to factor in the possibility that people will have cars and that's taking up quite a significant amount of parking.
Yeah, so
But to his point.
That they're going to have to patrol because they're going to be parked there overnight.
But to your point, to their point is, the student comes here and drives a car now.
Mm-hmm.
They're just parking over there, or else they're driving back across campus. So it's not adding parking. The only thing that would add parking to the college, parking demand, are more students.
Right, but these cars can be parked there.
But the facility itself would not
especially if
add
they have
parking.
classes on campus, they could walk then. But that means the car is going to be permanently there. Like, I don't stay here permanently, I go home. So it gives other students time to use the parking spot versus somebody who lives on campus, that parking spot's going to be constantly taken. Well, in possible theory, like if they don't leave.
If parking need is the obstacle, we can.
I don't know. It's just been a really big one because of the fact that we've got a lot of construction going on campus right now. So it's.
So the state does, like the Educational Event Center, they had to assess whether we had the parking facilities to be able to justify that. That's why I went through DSA.
Oh,
So the state would actually regulate whether we could proceed with the project because they would know there's a parking demand. Now, Trustee Brady mentioned about the city. We're not under that, but whatever the state says is what we'd have to go by. So they would, in order for the project to even get approved, the state would have to agree that there's legitimate parking for whatever they thought the demand was.
And the other incentive here is that as the property manager, we have a strong incentive to make sure that the project's not underparked because that will cause a lease-up problem, right? So if students say, yeah, I'd love to live here, but it's nowhere to park, that's going to hurt occupancy, which ultimately hurts our performance. So we have a strong incentive to make sure that there's the right amount of parking. And that's something that we can figure out in kind of collaboration with you as we go through the grant preparation process.
Like this is just a hypothetical.
It's very
and
conceptual.
None of this is set in stone.
Right. Very conceptual.
Yeah. So in the spirit of time, let's go ahead and shut this one down and move on to the next one.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time. Great presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. All right. Moving along to the President's report. More of the President's report.
We're going to need you to limit
Which is
that
getting
to
longer.
3 minutes.
We're gonna need our first break like before we're even done with the president's report.
Are you wanting one? Are you giving one?
No, go ahead.
Oh.
They're just meandering.
Okay.
Just move it along. Move it along.
Felt like we could
Associate Vice President
for a very long time.
Lopez, you know that we're on this revolving thing right now where each division is bringing what it's doing on the educational master plan. So tonight we're hearing from the wonderful division of the One Stop Center, and your title is The Journey Begins at the One Stop Center.
That is correct. By the way, I don't have a fancy pen, but I do have a fancy clicker.
Okay,
So
it
works
equal,
just as-
equally
yeah.
fancy.
So I'll wait
Just
until
as
Tim
fun.
gets us started here.
Nice suit.
Thank you, sir.
That'd be art if you're in the mic.
Did you buy that or rent that?
What the heck?
All right, let's start. Oh, okay. Is that better?
That was
All
a
right.
free shot.
Thanks.
Wanted a CNR.
No. It's Calvin
Custom
Klein.
made. It's Calvin.
All right. Good evening, Madam President Tarpley, Superintendent Dr. Walden,
Hello.
and Board of Trustees. I'm Art Lopez, Associate Vice President of Matriculation Athletics. I'm happy to be accompanied by Ken Wolpen, our Acting Director of Admissions and Records, Diane Wolin, our Academic Counselor and Department Chair, and Sybil Smith, our Financial Aid Director. It is a pleasure to be here tonight and have the opportunity to highlight the great work the areas of matriculation have made in relationship to the Educational Master Plan. Last month, we heard a great presentation from Vice President Monica and her staff, where they referenced HR is where it starts. Well, tonight, you will hear the journey begins at the One Stop Center.
Slogan.
The One Stop Center is where it all begins for our students. The last 2 years, we have made many changes to our internal processes to help guide and navigate our students with less roadblocks and hurdles in order to have a smoother ride as they begin their educational journey. You will hear from Admissions and Records how they have been able to design and implement most of our A&R forms to fillable forms, and how we have increased our processing of certificates using our new automated degree evaluator. Financial Aid will explain how they have been able to cut down the processing time of financial aid awards, and Counseling will show you how counseling is paving the way through guided pathways. This is just a small sample of what you're going to hear tonight. These changes have been imperative as we strive for the pursuit of excellence and working on adhering to meeting our goals of student experience and success, along with high-quality practice and excellence. At this time, I want to bring Mr. Ken Wolpen to the podium to provide you with the great highlights from Admissions and Records. So please buckle up. I'll click for you.
Thank you, Art. Good evening. As Art mentioned, I'm Ken Wolpen, Acting Director of Admissions and Records, and I'm here today to speak about what A&R has done thus far in relation to the Educational Master Plan. As you can see by the slide in front of you, we have implemented over 35 fillable forms where it's easily accessible from the VVC webpage under the Staff and Faculty tab. A sample form in the next slide is where faculty can submit a grade change form totally online, completely, and it will go through our next-gen system, and it will follow the workflow process. A&R receives the form in our dashboard and will process the request. This process has allowed us to improve our processing time as well as tracking each of these forms. I mentioned faculty grade change forms, but as well, student forms have also been created as fillable forms. An example of student forms are the A&R, are on the A&R webpage, is the grade appeal form, the add drop form, the grade verification form, and the option for pass and fail form. All of these fillable forms have allowed us to improve both the student and staff experience, which falls within the Educational Master Plan Pursuit of Excellence. For more information and to view the forms, just visit the Forms section on the A&R webpage. Our next process improvement is the implementation of the Automated Degree Evaluator, better known across campus and in the A&R office as XGrad. As you can see by the slides, we were able to process and certify approximately 3,790 students with degrees and certifications. Oh. Majority of these students did not even know that they were eligible for these certifications. We improved the student experience by being able to certify students in a batch process. Rather than reviewing each file one by one, once again, this falls within the Educational Master Plan. Thanks to the dedicated A&R team for making this happen. Also, I want to mention the reverse transfer program that we are involved in with Cal State San Bernardino. We have identified 55 students who will be evaluated and possibly able to receive a degree from VVC. Finally, on our next slide, we have now moved to an electronic, shareable version of for students to receive their diplomas. We have partnered with Parchment Diploma Services. They will be completely mailing the diplomas. The diplomas will no longer be mailed from the office in an envelope. Students will get them directly from Parchment Services. Students will also get an electronic certified version of their diploma that they can use and send along to an employer that is certified and vetted by Parchment. This will change the process from an 8 to 12 week process to a 7 to 15 day business process.
That's amazing.
Now that's an improvement in our work process flow. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And I would now like to introduce Diane Woolen, Academic Counselor, Department Chair, who will speak with you about the VVC Counseling Services.
That's amazing, guys.
Thank you very much, Ken, and good evening to everyone. As we follow our educational master plan, counseling is able to pave the way to achievement for our students. We have created, in collaboration with department chairs, program maps that should provide a smooth ride. We have an outreach to students, with 30 or more units completed, and in fall 2021, we expanded this outreach service from 1 to 2 weeks. 254 students met with a generalist counselor, and 161 students met with an EOP&S counselor. We are using virtual services. We know that they're now here to stay for the convenience that they provide our students. So we have the VOS, the virtual one-stop, where students can drop in and meet with a counselor via Zoom. They can also meet with someone from A&R or from financial aid. We have our own VVC email address, vvccounseling@vvc.edu, where students can ask quick questions, do prereq challenges, and academic renewals. Also, our counseling appointments are available in person as well as via phone or Zoom. And since summer of 19, we've been using electronic ed plans. Last fall, we made our progress reports electronic, and faculty can complete the electronic plan or progress report to alert students of their progress and possible need for a pit stop, meeting with faculty or counselor. We have some off-road locations. We have a counselor who serves at our Regional Public Safety Training Center and also visits the Southern California Logistics Airport to work with our aviation students. And we have a counselor serving at our Hesperia High location. Our guidance classes have all been updated. We provide direction and exploration for our students. Guidance 102, which was a 2-unit career and exploration course, has been replaced by a 3-unit course. We also created 2 new courses, Guidance 81 and 82, Career Planning 1 and 2. They are 1 unit each. They are new classes designed to prepare students for guided pathways and are ideal for CCAP offerings. Thank you. And now I would like to introduce our Director of Financial Aid, Sybil Smith.
Good evening. I'm the rebel without a script, and now I'm the rebel without a script that's high on sugar from the cake. So here we go. Bear with me. Right? Hey. So one of the things that we're very proud about in financial aid is our ability to merge students with the funding possibilities that we have available. I've listed for you some current statistics just to date for this academic year, but I do want to highlight that so far we've dispersed over $10 million in Pell Grant and almost $10 million in HERF grant, or in the HERF award. So we're very excited about that, but we do have a lot of funding still to go to get into the hands of the students, and so that's my job and my department's job, and we'll be doing that. So I've listed some of those there as far as acronyms, but we will be seeing more money going out to the hands of the students and making sure that there are emergency applications for them to apply for if they need assistance in addition to the HERF grant that they got, as well as other funding. So keep an eye out for that. An expressway to services. One of the things that we implemented since, in the last 2 years that goes towards the EMP goals is we've implemented the document upload feature in WebAdvisor. So the nice thing about this feature is that students can upload documents 24/7, 365 to make sure that they have access and convenience to get us the documents that we need. It will also avoid any long lines, and it has reduced the lines in the one-stop because they can do these things remotely. Of course, we're still here on campus if they do need assistance with that, but this gives them some flexibility and freedom to be off campus. It also has resulted in a quicker submission time of documents and a quicker time to get back to students in terms of something that we may need in addition or if what they have submitted is not sufficient. In addition, we have implemented the use of self-service in WebAdvisor. So this is a place where students can empower themselves to find the information that they need to answer their questions if and when we may not be available. And so this allows them to view and access items that are needed. They can see their financial aid status related to satisfactory academic performance, and they can also review their award letter and see what kind of funding is available for them. Also, an alternative route to services, we now offer QList, which is a virtual queuing system that students can sign into to get in line from home, to get in line from another building on campus, so that when they get over to our building, they're in the queue already and their wait time is less. So students are really liking that, and it provides them flexibility because as soon as they sign in, it will tell them how much time before we can see them. And if they want to roam around campus, go to the bookstore, see the counselor, they have the flexibility to do that. It has also enabled safer social distancing practices during this time of COVID. And most importantly, it's going to allow us to track trends and peak periods so that we can staff for that and plan around that when we have events and activities. The financial aid Audubon. All right, so one of the things that Art mentioned is faster processing times. So you can see the Amber Alert. We used to have a processing time of 90+ days. So we've decreased that down to a maximum of 45 days, and we're hoping to continue to lower that as we go. That does avoid lines as well because students don't have to continually check on their file status to see where they are, what do they need, are they missing something. Improve customer service and customer experience and satisfaction because we are more timely. And of course, what I think is important is an increased matriculation of the students because they know what to expect financially. They know how much funding that they're going to get before they start school in most cases. And this is going to result in less financial stress to the students so that they can focus on their academic goals as they progress into class. Nobody needs the additional financial stress. Intersecting with our Veterans Resource Center. We expanded the Veterans Resource Center. I believe it opened in September 2021, I think, before I started. But this has allowed for dedicated, quiet space for students. So there's places where they can study or be tutored. There's also an open area where they will have computer self-service options so they can sit down, fill out a FAFSA, fill out their application to the VA. Increased administrative staff space. So we have a part-time counselor down there for the veterans as well as the staff. Some of you that visited the Center for the Veterans event, you saw that there's room now for events and training workshops and bringing people from the community in. And most importantly, it's a welcoming environment for our veterans. It's a safe place for them to be. It's roomy so they can be socially distant and allows us to put a lot of military celebration in the building in terms of posters to celebrate all the branches, pictures of veterans that are at the school. So they're really warming up that space and personalizing it. Road work ahead. So in my short time here and prior to me, we're always striving for improvement in the area of financial aid. We want to avoid any traffic congestion, making sure that we're constantly reviewing our processes and assessing what we're doing to make sure that if we need to tweak it, we are aware early and we can make those changes so that it's best for the students. We're also looking to find innovative ways to increase efficiency and service to our students through technology or anything else. Improving customer service and response times, utilizing and maximizing technology. So I appreciate the SAS implementation that Dr. Walden is having us go through, because I think that will help to utilize the system to the best of the ability that we can. And also avoid any possible detours and U-turns related to financial aid or any of our areas so that we can continue to work toward our EMP goals for our area. And that concludes our presentation.
Nice.
Any questions?
I do have one that I was on a long conversation today with a trustee statewide who I just have a lot of respect for. And what we got talking about was low enrollment, enrollment. And he took the reverse. He said, Joe, I'm sick and tired of hearing about enrollments declining. He said the problem is we're not getting money to the students fast enough. Is that what part of the problem is? Is that because of COVID and everything, we're not getting money in their pockets quick enough so they can't come to school?
I mean, definitely in my time in education over the 23 years, I think that we do take time to get money in the hands of students here. And so my goal is to increase that through more frequent disbursements and also just making sure that we're on top of it enough to disperse the funds that we do have. Because I think students are making decisions a lot of times based on whether that they can afford something. And even though we're offering the waiver, so much more goes into than just covering tuition. And so I think, increasing that processing time, making sure that, any money that we have, we give out to the students up front so that they have access to it. I think all of that's going to help with matriculation and making sure that students come to school and stay in school.
So we've already begun, increasing the time in terms of the turnaround time, right? From 95 days to, or 90 days?
45.
45.
Yeah.
So that's a big improvement right there as it is.
I think another one of the things that is really important to focus on, as Sybil said, with looking at the redesigning of SAS and the student information system, moving to self-service, and we're going to be moving to student planner, students are really going to have a path to follow. And they're going to know that path that they need to follow academically from the time of admissions. And I think there's been some disconnect along the way, and that's just another thing that we're working on. So students know what classes they need to take. They will know when classes are going to be offered semesterly when they log into Student Planner, so they will be able to plan their academic career, from the beginning to the end, and they'll know when they can take classes and when they can't take classes.
I think also the call center that Dr. Walden has implemented, I think that helps because a lot of times, at least in my short time here, it is hard to find information on the website. So I think part of all of our goals is to increase that information so that if you are a student who can service yourself, you just have the ability to do that.
Yes.
But if you need the additional assistance, that's what we're here for. And the call center is going to be able to get them those answers, or us at the counters are going to be able to get them those answers. But I think right now, they're just not getting answers. And if you've never gone to school, it's a tough thing to get started. You don't know what you're missing. You don't know what to ask because you don't know what to ask, So I think all of that is working together.
And Kelly, when colleague SAS is fully up and running, won't that also provide some, facilitate a speedier process?
Well, I'm not the best one to speak on this, I'm on the MIS side of the house, but yeah, I would certainly think so.
Well, it's my understanding that it will because
It definitely will, because it's going to clean up a lot of the errors that we have in the system right now, a lot of duplication in files, a lot of reporting will be improved. Individual departments will be able to pull what they really need from the system. I hate to say it this way, but I've been in, like Sybil, in the field for 26 years. If you have dirty data in, you're getting dirty data out.
Mm-hmm.
Until you get rid of the dirty data, you're always going to have dirty data.
You are, but we're going to clean it up and then the process flow, and we're going to redesign with SAS and with things that every department is doing. And the Illusion team is doing studies with us now, each individual department, and finding out what workflows are working and what is not. So we're going to be able to improve workflow and work process on that.
right now we don't have real good, well, I'll say it this way, we have very poor validation processes in our data. So stuff gets dirty quickly because this department has it this way and this one has it another. In colleague SAS, that's all validated.
Correct.
That problem goes away.
The good news is Art is an expert at doing dirty deeds dirt cheap.
I think we're finished, right?
He's got to get the suit back. You know what, Art? I just want to say one thing to you and your team.
Yeah.
I think to really Dr. Walden.
Your daughters will run for your life.
Yeah. While COVID was obviously something that we will all remember for the rest of our lives, I think that here at VVC, I've seen as a trustee where we've, I think, tried to utilize the time right to dig deep, to figure out how we can get it better so that when we really are back in that championship game, it's kind of like how Lou Saban thinks all the time. I mean, it's we got to win all the time. And I really noticed it. So your attitude and how you're selling it and bringing it forward, I think makes the student feel better because that's ultimately who our client is. It's the student.
Right. And I think it's very easy to say, you know, oh, well, the students don't do this, and I know I've had this conversation with Robert, but ultimately, my philosophy has always been, the students are a reflection of us. So if we don't have good processes, if we don't have good communication, that's what we're gonna get in return.
Right,
So
right.
we need to clean that up and then try to have a different expectation of the students, but we can't expect them to
And I
do
think we've
what
done
we
that in the last 2 years, as you mentioned.
Yeah,
So
oh, you
you're
can, I
absolutely
mean, you can
correct.
tell, you
Yeah.
can feel it, you can
Yeah.
feel it.
And I think it's important, again, you know, as Sybil said, it comes both ways. And you want to be treated and you want to treat the students the way you would want to be treated.
Absolutely.
You know, I myself, when I became a parent of a college student and was on the other side of the fence, it was an eye-awakening experience for myself. You know, so now I go even a step further in dealing with a student and making sure that the customer service and the experience is really what they need to have, and close that loop and close that gap and get them those answers that they need.
And you know what, I'll tell you this, again, I travel a lot and I'm all about the experience. Our country has lost customer service. We have so many places. I mean, why do I go to Marriott? Because I'm treated like a king. Why do I go to Southwest Airlines? Because you're treated well. And I think part of the problem is that our country, we're teaching these generations, you don't have to worry about customer service. It's what brings people to buy an Apple phone,
Absolutely.
you know, all the time over the Samsung phones. Yeah, I get it.
Anything else?
Good job.
Yeah? All right.
Apple's best.
Great job.
What did you say?
iPhone's best. I mean, she was politically correct.
I tell my wife the Samsung is.
Do you want to cover any ASB goals?
I do have a little bit of a progress note that I would like to mention. So ASB has made some progress on goal number 7, which is increasing CTE internships.
Yay.
Members Fernando, Leslie, and Jennifer set up a meeting with Dr. Scott, Dr. Tarango, and Charlotte Allen just this past Friday on the 4th. And the takeaway from the meeting was that, you know, the students learned that there are some internships and apprenticeships that are happening, but there is kind of a disconnect with communication on how we're delivering that to the student. So I think that our team and the facilitators are going to be working together to kind of bring that to light, and whether it's through social media, whether it's putting a list of things together, because I know that some were specific to programs and some were offered outside of the programs, that just kind of getting that organized to give that to the students. So that's really the only progress that I have on goals.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, John, you want to give us a quick facilities update?
So many things going on that you
We
have
got
to
plenty.
cover.
We got plenty of sugar
See
in
all
the back there.
projects going on around here, right?
Hey.
It's at least 10 minutes on each one.
Wake me up when it's done.
Yeah.
No, really, I just want to inform the board and the campus community, and Dr. Walden's already informed a lot of people. Over the last month, Dr. Walden got a letter from the Division of the State Architect that informed us that the Stadium
Bless you.
Event Center project has been approved. The plans are approved. We have a planning team meeting tomorrow to do an outreach to contractors. And then we're going to start working on the bidding schedule and bidding process to try to get this thing out to bid, get a great bid back so we can break some ground and start building. So you'll see some things on the action agenda relative to another revolving door. We put those revolving doors in because of the impact of the wind on our HVAC system.
Yeah.
So the SAC is going to get a revolving door. Of course, it's going to take up more parking, so our student trustees not real happy about it, but
I'll just
at
park
least
over
it'll
here
be-
and start walking over there.
Exactly.
I
We
mean,
might have to start getting a shuttle bus. That's the answer.
A Disney
Well, they've had a revolving door here a long
done.
time.
Sold.
That's an
100%.
economic opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. So
I can see me driving a bus here when I'm 70.
Oh my goodness gracious.
We've had revolving door in the high desert at Beaker Valley for a long time for presidents.
yeah, exactly. Well, we should have put one in 55, but
Yeah.
We didn't.
we will be making a move to 55 here, hopefully before your next board meeting. Dr. Walden and his crew will be all in their new building, 55, their renovated building. So There's a lot going on,
Right?
It's exciting.
but the big one is the stadium.
That's
The
Any questions on anything going on?
It's good news.
Do you have any,
Like next week?
John, do you have any idea, kind of what's the goal date to get that thing
I
open?
don't know.
Is there a goal date you think that we'll have it open?
On the stadium?
Yeah.
We're gonna push whoever awarded the contract, we're gonna push them to have the football players on it the fall of 24, right?
What about the building itself?
Yeah.
You think?
Around that time.
Okay. Fall?
Maybe the spring. but-
Okay.
Fall of 23.
Fall of 23.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna push, we've already purchased the track and field surface. So
Yeah, I think it's.
we're gonna
Okay.
push the contractor to try to
I was
accelerate
gonna be
the
there on the 19th of
playing
March.
field itself and the stands. We've purchased the grandstands already also.
Yeah, construction materials are getting real tough to get right now.
Well, I know, and the oil prices are having a real impact on,
These big industrial buildings, you have to order your roof 12 months out now.
yeah.
12 months out.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe, these
Thank
are
you.
new mics. You can back up a little.
Oh.
It's like a little distorted.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, that's
Thank you.
the facilities
Thank
report.
good job.
Thank you.
And now we have the foundation.
Woo! Made it before 8:30. Woo!
Tonight.
Go home, have dinner, and come back.
Or cake.
Yes,
Okay.
a big. You can have two.
Good evening, everyone. We are well underway with our busy season. Scholarship Drive is wrapping up this week. And our Hall of Fame event, please, April 23rd, would love for you all to be in attendance and help celebrate our Distinguished Service Awards, our Hall of Fame awardees, I should say. And in addition, the 60th anniversary. Diamonds are forever, right? So please join us for that. And I also have a special alumni report, and I have a video for you that I would like to share.
Oh, yay.
Hi, my name is Peter Ong. I attended VVC from spring of 2010 to spring of 2013 and was able to receive my VVC respiratory degree during that time. My colleagues and I started the Beth Elliott Scholarship because I remember struggling financially, and the VVC Foundation was able to award me a few scholarships which helped me achieve my goals and dreams. We named it the Beth Elliott Scholarship because she was a VVC clinical instructor who passed away from COVID this past year. She was able to touch a lot of students during her time at VVC. I myself am also a VVC clinical instructor and hope to pass on my knowledge and expertise to the students. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
Yes, we were so pleased and thrilled to have that. He would have joined us this evening, but he teaches on Tuesdays, so we did it via video. So on to our next. I know it's
Sorry.
She touched a lot of people.
She was
I understand.
amazing, yes.
Absolutely. I have a very special guest with us here tonight, Robert Reed. Would you please join me? He's ready for breakfast, he said.
I think as a member of the public, he has spent more time sitting out there than anybody. In the new building, maybe we'll get you your own seat.
So,
That'd be nice, those look comfortable.
They're not.
I'm sure you all are well aware he's with the Spring Valley Lake Veterans Association and has been a strong supporter of the foundation and our Veterans Resource Center. And he is here to award two very special scholarships.
Thank you very much. Before I get started, take this time. March 29th, Tuesday, is third year now. It's a national holiday. It's Vietnam Veterans Day. Okay, President Trump started it. We've had, except for last year, we had little entertainments those nights. Well, we're redoing it this year. So at the at the Spring Valley Lake Monument on the Parkway, Tuesday night starting at 7 o'clock, we're going to have a little shindig. And we hired an MC, going to be some good music. Okay, some lights and stuff, so if you want to come by, you'll see some nice veterans there, at least there'll be one. But anyway, so I just thought I'd let you know, appreciate the people that want to come by. Okay, I have 2 scholarships.
Give us, run that info one more time for the slow people in the room. March.
29.
There we go.
Let's see if I can write it any slower.
That's,
March
thank
29th.
You thank you for going Navy speed. That was working.
Definitely not a PT boat, right?
I was the one in the Navy. He was going nice and slow.
That's right. Okay.
March 29.
1,900 hours Navy time, or is that 8 bells or something like that?
There we go.
Okay.
And where's this monument?
You never seen it?
No, I don't live in Spring Valley Lake.
You've never seen it?
No.
It is
Joe,
absolutely, you drive right by the park. It's actually gorgeous.
Joe lives in Spring Valley Lake. He said, I'm not allowed to go past La Casita without permission.
No, you know what? I want to tell everybody in this room, that would not have been built if it was not for the undertaking of the Reed family personally that built that thing, gotten permission from Club Corp, which is just a terrible group to deal with. And it's gorgeous. It's right next to the country club. You can't miss it. It'll be there forever.
We'll give you permission to get as far as Country Club.
All right. At the monument, go to the country club and I'll see it.
Okay, just before you get to Country Club on the right-hand side, right next to the tennis courts.
Perfect, okay.
Okay? The woman that built it, my wife, is an alum of Victor Valley College, nursing program 1988. She went from that to becoming one of the top 1% cardiologist nurses in California. Awesome. She just retired this year. And since she's retired this year, I still don't get away. I still have to do the laundry and ironing and stuff like that. Anyway, we've got to get down to business. Okay, we have 2 recipients, Ben, and I cannot pronounce Ben's last name, but he is not here tonight.
Bluchef.
Ben
Bluchef.
Okay, and he was picked because his father was in the military, and Ben has an outstanding academic record, and he hopes to be an automobile fabricator. And so I like that because I have a hot rod that may need some work by the time it gets there. Okay, so collecting his is we've got Chris to come up, and I will present the Ben's to Chris. Oh, okay, Tristan, okay. Hi, Ben.
Hi there, Robert. Good thing I'm taking the video, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you got it? Okay, if you make sure Ben gets this, I really appreciate it. Okay. Okay, the second one, naturally we had to pick a Marine. Okay. There's Ben's check.
Thank you.
Dominic Esperanza. Come on up. Okay, this young man retired medical from the Marine Corps. He completed his AA degree already, didn't you? Okay, yeah. And now this is the benefits of the veterans today. His VA is used up, so now you're using your wife's, right?
Yes.
So now we get to price it back and forth. And my son's doing the same thing with his wife, okay? But anyway, Ben, I appreciate the service that you did for us, okay? And we have a small token compared to the millions of dollars they were talking about here today. And I hope this buys those expensive books somebody was talking about. Okay, take care of it. All right?
Okay, thank
so
you.
You want to turn around? I'll give you this, take a picture.
Okay. Actually, do you guys want to step up here and get trustees in the back? Is that okay?
You want to
Sure.
step, yeah?
All right. Yeah, why don't you come right up here?
Either way.
Stand right here in front of the step, right there.
Which way are you going? You're going.
Do you need us to stand up or stay
You guys are
seated?
great. You want to face this way?
Mom.
You took
Veterans.
Veterans.
All right.
You took the iPhone photo class, didn't you?
Okay, that'll take care of that, and I appreciate your time. As you may know, since the rumor is floating around, I'll tell you right now, the Veterans Club, Spring Valley Lake Veterans Club is talking about disbanding. We do not have that much action anymore, and a couple of us have been carrying it for the last year through the pandemic and stuff. We're getting a little tired, worn out, and we do have some big things we have planned. We're gonna be talking about our March 25th meeting, and maybe within the next year, we can get it going back again, okay? But we hope so. We have enough money put away that we have enough for the next couple of years to give out, to continue the scholarship program. So we'll find somebody to do that. Maybe we'll let a certain gentleman by the name of Brandon come up the Parkway, pick up the checks.
Aw.
Thank you very much.
Just once a year, though.
Permission granted.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
So,
Robert, you're like Santa Claus, you know? Every time I see you're passing out money. Huh?
the month of February, we had 8 students who were positive for COVID, 1 faculty member and 3 staff, but I believe they have all recovered. So we are having serious discussions on campus right now regarding the relaxing of the requirement to wear masks on campus. So we're looking to be in consonance with what's going on with the Department of Health, CDC, and barring any major issues tomorrow, because it's currently in the hands of the Reintegration Task Force and the Crisis Leadership Team. If I don't hear anything that's a problem by tomorrow night, I will be announcing Thursday morning that masks will no longer be required. So, but wait until that announcement goes out, please, because as I said, if I have some major problems tomorrow, then we'll have to get together and have a meeting and figure out what it is we have to do to get past those issues. But I think we all know that this is about time. And we have to do it with some flexibility, because we don't know down the road what could happen. And so the mandate could come back. But for now, it seems that it's the right thing to relax the standard. So that is the conclusion of a very short president's report.
It is short.
Well, the whole thing from student housing till now was my report.
Okay.
Okay, so moving on to 8.1, Academic Senate. Yeah. Oh.
You never thought you'd be asked to come up here, huh?
I don't officially have a presentation.
But you're here.
But I will take my
But your
time.
suit looks as good as
I
ours.
will take my time. No, it's just definitely an honor to be here. I appreciate the opportunity. Board President Tarpley, I hadn't, congratulated you in the position. I think you were vice president before.
I think so, yeah.
So, excellent job.
Thank you.
And to everybody that's
You
here,
never said that to Brandon or I.
I know, right? I've learned.
You gotta earn it.
I know, right?
Shot at him.
But I just want to say, faculty, obviously, I don't want to say obviously, is very important that, the college continue to increase enrollment. We have a number of faculty that have taken on the additional task to add students, which does take time, takes commitment to maintain the quality that's necessary for the students to learn and be successful. But we have taken that on. And moreover, Dr. Walden has approved the hiring of more faculty, which is going to help. And really looking forward to that. Number of things I've been doing. I'll give you a more formal report over the next couple of weeks. My family was ravaged with COVID for quite a bit. My daughter, my wife, my mother. I was fortunate, but so I'm here. I'll be here for the remainder of the time as I'm academic senate president. And then, can I get a plaque for my tenureship? Can I get one of those? I know it was a long time, Dr. Waddle, ago. So.
I think we can manage.
Well, that was good.
Well, how long ago was that?
Too long to count, actually. But yeah, so that's all I want to say. But I am still here. I know quite a few might have said, "Where is your academic senate president?" Just been really busy. So I do appreciate you.
We're happy
So
to have
Glad
you.
to see you back.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Thank
coming.
We like you better in person than on the Zoom.
And you're a better dresser than Art, too. So.
Oh, why do we always gotta pick on Art?
Art's coming in
Moving
a tank top next month.
Moving on to AFT, Part-Time Faculty United. Am I too close? ASB.
Okay. There are a couple ASB, well, there's one ASB and one student at large in the audience. If you guys want to come up I'm gonna say some stuff if you guys want to come up when I'm done, you can talk. ASB did have our annual scavenger hunt. It was massively successful. We gave over 200 gift bags out. We had a wonderful feedback of students learning about the different resource centers that we had on campus. Most common ones that we heard were that they didn't know that we had a communication lab or that we had a writing center. And then a lot of them actually came in with food pantry bags because that was also part of the scavenger hunt. So them learning about the different resources on campus was amazing to see. We also are going to be having our paint night later this month when we come back. It's going to be headed by art faculty member Colin Stafford. So we sincerely appreciate his partnership with that. We will be having a flyer go out later this month. But the reason why we have members here is because we are flying out to our ASAT conference next week. And we have a very busy schedule. So a little bit of a rundown. We have a meeting with Congressman Olbernolte on Friday. And then later in that afternoon, we are scheduled to lay a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at 4 o'clock at Arlington Cemetery. Saturday morning, we will be doing a community service project with the National Forestry Service. And then we were going to be in educational sessions the rest of Saturday and into Sunday. We also are going to be having a Zoom with Senator Feinstein and Senator Padilla. Monday afternoon, we are then going to be having a meeting with a NASA engineer and instructor visiting there. And then Tuesday, we are going to be flying home. So I think I will go ahead and let the people in the audience introduce themselves so that they can speak on their behalf.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Ochoa. I'm a student veteran here at VVC, and I just want to thank all of you guys for approving this trip. There was some other representatives here, some other students are going on the trip as well, but they had to leave. But I want you to know that we are very thankful, and we will make you guys proud.
Take lots of pictures.
Yes.
And you're gonna come back and report and tell us how great it was, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Maybe you'll get everybody in Washington to work together a little bit.
Hello, my name is Jessica Bita, and I am ASB Activity Senator, as well as a respiratory therapy student. So that was just amazing to see that in honor of one of our previous teachers. But I also want to say thank you so much for approving our trip, and I can't wait to come back to report and show a lot of pictures on what a difference we make on the behalf of Victor Valley College. Thank you.
So overall, we are extremely grateful for this opportunity, and we are looking forward to being able to make a difference in students' lives with the whole book presentation that we had to really press them for help with financial aid and stuff like that. So thank you so much again for allowing us to go on this trip.
Come back with some pictures.
Well, hopefully the cherry blossoms should be going. So
We like
we're
to
really
see
hoping that
pictures,
it's going to
so
be
bring
gorgeous.
back some pictures.
Yeah, bring some pictures back.
There you go. Bring
The battle
back with
will
some
ensue.
pictures. Tim will play a slideshow for you. when you come back.
CSEA, CTA, management.
Oh.
Management always shows
Always,
up.
management never misses.
They never miss it, neither.
But she's in person this time.
Yes.
She's always on Zoom, so it's nice to see you in person.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent President Dr. Walden. My name is Lorena Newson, and I'm the Dean of Pathways and Professional Learning here at Victor Valley College. So I'd like to share a little bit of information about Guided Pathways progress. And then next month, I believe Dr. Ingleson will be joining you all for a report on a more comprehensive scope of work. So there are 4 key goals that we've identified for the spring for Guided Pathways. And those 4 are going to be to implement student engagement centers by June of 2022, deploy student success teams fully by June of 2022, so this is the end of June, provides a summer experience for new students by August of this year, and to provide culturally responsive pedagogy opportunities and communities of practice and learning design teams for our faculty here at the college. Those goals specifically map to our EMP goals. With our EMP goals, our intended target was to design meta majors for students. We have created 8 meta majors, which we are calling RAM paths, ready and motivated for our students. And those are going to be STEM, health sciences, business, humanities, education, society and human services, public safety, and industrial technology. And hopefully I didn't leave anyone out. And we have 100% completed, the creation of those RAM paths. Those paths are going to need to be created or supported by teams. So we are looking to create success teams around the RAM paths to support them. Those success teams consist of embedded counselors, which I believe Diane Wolin spoke to earlier, our instructional deans, our faculty facilitators, peer mentors, and on the board agenda this evening, we have a program manager position that is there that will be coming before you all, that we are hoping we could staff each of the 4 teams to support each dean of instruction. So there'd be a coordinator or project manager for the School of STEM, for the School of Business, for the School of Humanities, as well as the School of Public Safety and Industrial Technology, as well as for the professional development opportunities, there is a funding opportunity on the table right now for us to invest in our diversity, equity, and inclusion training. And so we will be presenting that to you all sometime this spring. Tim, if you can cue up my slide. Number 3, please. I'd like to share with you some data that you will be seeing during next month's presentation. And this data is really what we're using to drive the development of our student engagement centers and the activities that go on there. We good? So it's going to be the CAGP data, and it'll be number 3, so the actual slideshow. This is just a model of our student success team. It shows the supporting folks that are going to be allocated to those teams. And then I know that data gets really intense sometimes, and there's a lot of questions around data, but I just wanted to share some things with you, and then we can take some questions. So if you could scroll down to number 3, Tim, if you could scroll to slide 3. This is data that we've been working on in response to guided pathways design. And we've been talking a lot about how our guided pathways and equity work is going to combine and how we are going to work collectively and collaboratively to meet the needs of our students. So what you have here, you have 5 years of awards by pathway, and you have our pathways there, which are what I noted before. And you also have the top most common RAM paths by completers. So if you take a look at this, our top 3 are going to be education, society, human services, STEM, and public safety. And it has the completers, and we have this success data disaggregated by race and ethnicity for all of our students. And so what we're going to be looking to do is staff our student engagement centers with direct and focused support service around not only increasing our degree completers, but making sure that our students have specific resources that are going to help them to be successful no matter what their goals are here at Victor Valley College, transfer, obtaining a degree or a certificate. And that is all I have to share at this time.
That's it?
Yes.
No more?
No more.
Good presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Definitely.
You're taking a break.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute technology break.
I want to go to the bathroom.
Okay. You do you. So we'll be back at 8:56.23.
2-3.
2-3. All right. Consent agenda. All matters listed under consent agenda are considered by the Board of Trustees to be routine and has been approved by the Superintendent President, Board Policy 2430. There will be no separate discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on them unless a board member requests a specific item be removed from the consent agenda for discussion and a separate vote. Public comment on consent agenda items from anyone completing a card will be heard prior to the board vote on the consent agenda. Were there any public comments? Okay. Did anybody want to pull anything? No. Okay.
Motion.
So motion by, oh my gosh, my brain hurts. Henderson, thank you. Second by Brady.
Oh, your brain hurts, Henderson?
Yep. Yep, you got it.
Doesn't hurt me at all.
All right, and then discussion on anything since I got called out?
You can't discuss it.
Okay, so then student advisory vote. Yay? Okay. I was looking up above. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Thinking of voting up there. Oh, that's wrong thing. There we go. Okay, moving on to action agenda. Basically the same thing. So, were there any public comments?
Basically the same
Yes.
thing. I like that.
I read it once. Okay. So, any items pulled? No? Okay. And then 11.2, vote for the CCCT Board Election 2022. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Oh, who wants to win it? Rochambeau.
Motion.
Okay, thank you. Henderson is the motion. We'll say Brady's the second. Okay, do I get the student advisory vote now or, because I got called out last meeting, so now I'm very hesitant.
I think you want to discuss who you're
Yeah,
going to.
Discuss, okay. Thank you. So, Brady.
Well, first thing, this is the first time in the history, I believe, of Victor Valley Community College in 60 years that we've ever had a trustee nominated to run for this board.
Yeah, it's the first time.
It's the first time.
We
So,
bamboozled you.
Sharon, there is no pressure not to win.
Thank you.
There's no pressure.
Not to win. Yeah.
We love you no matter what.
If I could just pardon the group, we've been through this a lot of times. I've been blessed with a lot of great friends through the process. I was on the phone with Jim Moreno, who was chairman a couple of years ago, and I talked to Greg Penza and Diane McKay, and I've got a kind of a series of recommendations, I think. And I have to say one thing, Mrs. Pinkerton, you were the only person out of the six
right?
that all three people suggested. They didn't know you. So that, Tim, can you play a little clip that I put this together very quickly this afternoon.
Okay.
This is not the clip that will be going out on Friday to 475 other trustees around the state. We have a better polished one. So Tim, you want to just play the real short version for Sharon to show how much we love her?
I think so.
Terry Kurtz did this very quickly tonight and called me in a panic and said the first one was terrible. So, well, let's see what it comes out. Clock right now, it's 3:30. It's Thursday, March 8th, and the Victor Valley Community College Board of Trustees has a monthly meeting tonight. But tonight is a very important night as a trustee throughout the college system. We have 117 plus. My wife would love that. Campuses. We have, I believe it's about 484 plus.
Let's hear it again.
I guess I'm not going to get a job in Hollywood, huh? Yeah. Hey, Terry Kurtz, if you're watching this. He is a hard worker, man.
He is.
I called him. I called him like earlier. I said, I need you like for 25 minutes this afternoon. And he's hobbling now because his legs are so bad. He loves the school. Wow, you can hear a pin drop in here.
What are we doing?
We're waiting
We're
for it to
waiting for
play.
this video.
All you mumblers, I don't know what you're gonna do without the mask.
You have to adjust to not showing your thoughts on your face. It was an adjustment, I'm just gonna say.
So, Madam President, I think while Tim's doing this,
Should we talk?
yeah, and as soon as he comes on, we'll know that it's working. There's only 6 choices out of 13.
We picked 6.
We picked 6.
So start us off with some important developments in Victor Valley.
I'll say,
Well, Terry, it's I'm looking at our clock right now. It's 3:30. It's Thursday, March 8th, and the Victor Valley Community College Board of Trustees has their monthly meeting tonight. But tonight is a very important night as a trustee throughout the college system. We have 117 plus campuses. We have, I believe it's about 484 plus or minus trustees. We have five members on our board. I've been a trustee I was appointed on February 1st, 2011, won election in 2012, 16, and in 20, and rerunning again. I've had some great pleasure of working with people on the California Community College Trustees Board, which is the CCCT board. 4 years ago, I had the privilege of working with Jim Marino when he was president in counting ballots, which is kind of a fun deal. We did that up in Tahoe. I was asked to run this year, and quite candidly, I didn't have the time, and I felt that we had somebody at our college who was not only a whole lot more deserving, but somebody that I really felt that could represent Victor Valley College in this position. Victor Valley College has never had anybody nominated by their board to do this. There are 8 seats up this year, I believe, and I could be wrong. I think there's 13 total on the board. I've had great friends in Greg Penza, Greg's over at Hancock, John Hancock on Santa Maria, Jim Marino's with Orange Coast. I mean, Jim's former chairman, just a really, really good guy. Diane McKay, I don't know if Diane McKay ever served on the state board, but we're really good friends. The person we're going to nominate tonight is a fellow board member, somebody who I just have a deep amount of respect and admiration, and her name is Sharon J. Pinkerton, Pinkerton. Sharon has been on our board for 2 years. Sharon has been around the educational business literally her entire life. John Pinkerton, her husband, John R. Pinkerton III, my brother in crime, we call it, was on the board from 2012 until 2020. And he just wanted to retire, but he was a counselor, probably the most highly rated high school counselor probably in this county or the county's history. Sharon shares the same passion for student success, enrollment, being sure that students have the right tools. And so when the nomination came up the other night, we asked her if she would do it. She did it without a hesitation. I plan on sending this out on Friday through our company. So I'm also president of the Bradco Companies in Victorville, California. We're a full-service commercial firm. I'm deeply committed to our college and to the great leadership we have with Dr. Daniel Walden. We have our new president, Jennifer Tarpley. Our vice president is Dennis Henderson. I'm clerk of the board. Brandon Wood is a board member, and our last president, and then Sharon Pinkerton. So I would ask each and every trustee that opens up this video to really think hard about who you put on. I had the privilege of talking to Jim Marino last Friday as I drove back from Sedona. We had an hour-long conversation about the importance of this board and how important this board is. And it's not a board to just show up and not do anything. The people who are on this board are really expected to do things. They're here to set policy. And as Jim said to me, we are here to do the work of the students, to be sure that we can get our students as far through the process as possible, to be sure we can get as many students within our schools as possible, most importantly, graduate as many and be sure they're all a part productive life, and hopefully in California. So my pitch to my fellow trustees, I will see you all in April. Hopefully, when the vote happens that day, our friend Sharon Pinkerton will be there as one of the 8. I would just ask you to nominate 7 people that you know, but the 8th vote needs to go to Sharon J. Pinkerton.
Oh.
She's a trustee at Victor Valley Community College. This message is brought to you by Joseph Brady at the Bradco Companies and a proud trustee at Victor Valley Community College.
Sharon, you changed so quickly.
I think we need an edit on that.
No, this is rough. So Terry will have this cleaned up by the morning, and obviously I'll text him right now and say, you got the wrong picture. Oh, God. You know what, Sharon, we're going to be sure you win. Okay. If we have to make phone calls and intimidate people, we'll be sure you win, okay?
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah. We love you. We're proud of you.
Hey, John, when you leave tonight, this is the one you get in the truck. This one. Not that one.
No, not
this
this
one.
Okay.
Art, don't ever let him live that down.
Right.
I'm still laughing.
Oh wait, that wasn't. You didn't do that on purpose?
No.
Oh, I seriously thought you did that on purpose.
Don't do it on purpose.
This was done really. This was a rush job. There was a big rush job. Obviously, too quick.
Well, if Sharon does win, they'll be walking around at CCCT congratulating her.
So Sharon, let me ask you in public. Can you, John,
Let's
can
switch
one
name
of you get a picture to me that we can post tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can.
Well, we'll get it right.
That was amazing.
So,
All right.
getting back to what I thought I would do is help maybe recommend a slate if nobody else had an issue. There were some people that Penza said he's all these people I've worked with, but there were 6 that seemed to come up in common. There were Kenneth Brown from El Camino.
Yeah.
Mary Lutz from Citrus, Mary Strobridge from San Luis Obispo,
Yep.
Yeah, we had that.
Marcia Milker from
Yep.
South Orange County,
Yep.
Yep.
Juan Del Lago of Yuba, and the last one is Sharon J. Pinkerton, Victor Valley Community College.
Was that?
So we didn't have one, we had Stacy.
Yeah. So instead of Juan, we were thinking Stacy Davis of Palo Verde.
You want to trade?
Yeah.
Cool.
And then instead of Mary Lutz,
Sorry, Juan, you just got traded and
we
you got no
want to trade for
compensation.
Jose Alcala.
You want to trade for him?
Yeah.
Great.
Well, you know, Brett Favre
Riverside.
got $50 million today.
You
Riverside.
can only vote for 6.
6. Did I? I
Oh, no,
can't.
we only marked 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you only mark 5, then add one of Joe's back in.
All right.
No,
Well,
no, Jose would be, if you want Jose, then he's the 6th one.
Ken, Jose, Mary, Marsha. That's 4. Stacy and Sharon.
Okay.
I had 3 that I could recommend, but I shared them with her, and one of them was Sharon, but she looks like her.
That's so confusing.
Hey, Tim, you know, everybody blames somebody in this world on something, so we need to blame you.
No, that was not
Huh?
Tim's fault.
What do you think?
Absolutely not.
Thank you for getting it right.
Oh my God, that's freaking
Okay,
hilarious.
so are we going to go with your modified list?
Are we okay with that?
Yeah.
What was it again?
Ken Brown, number 1.
Number 1.
Jose Alcala, number 3. Riverside. 4, Mary Strobridge, San Slow County. Marcia from South Orange County. Stacy Davis from Palo Verde. And Sharon Pinkerton from good old Victor Valley College.
Yay.
I don't know her.
You all agree?
Second.
Are we all good?
Yeah, that's
There you
good.
go.
We'll call.
Okay, so student advisory vote.
Yay.
All right,
Trying to save you.
thank you. Let me
You
just
guys are going
write
to get
that
home by
down.
11.
Yeah, we can get home by.
There have been times we've taken an hour on this thing alone.
I've been out of here at 1. In the morning.
Dude, I'd be asleep at 11.
Did we all vote on the
Yep.
computer?
Yeah, we did.
Did you got it, Michelle?
I have it circled if you want my list. You got it. You're so good.
So when you're at the CCCT and they win, you say, I voted for you. If they lost, you don't say anything to them.
I don't remember.
Right.
Okay, so it's up. So next is 11.3, second read, board policy 2435. We should have a copy in our agenda packets.
Yep.
We read this last month as our first read.
So do we need a motion?
We need a motion,
Motion.
yes.
Second.
Henderson, second by Brady. And this was, I don't see it in the, I'm having.
You
said 4235?
2435.
Was that,
Credit
or is it
for prayer.
4235 or 20?
2435.
Is this backwards on here?
Oh, 42 or 24?
No, 2435.
But there's no
my
copy.
dyslexic brain.
So she didn't,
42.
she didn't print it out. It's okay.
It's okay. Can we pull it up on the computer though?
It's attached. All you gotta do is hit the link in the agenda.
You got it. I know how to do that.
And we did our first read last
So
month.
this is, now I know what this is. This is the evaluation of the superintendent president. So we have it in the contract that I'm evaluated at a certain time and all that. And we had an AP that was in that was congruent with that. But the board policy was not. So this is just bringing the board policy into what we do in practice.
Okay. Does anybody have any adds, changes, additions? Student advisory vote?
Yay.
All right. Okay. That post. All right. 11.4, board policy 4230 regarding grading and academic records symbols.
I don't have that here either.
I have that one.
You have that one? Maybe I misplaced it.
I've got it, but it says 4230.
Yeah, 4230.
It's 2430.
So-
Oh, it is 4230. Okay.
What it's doing is it's adding in CE for credit earned through successful competition and prior learning exams. So this is a big movement that's been going on across the country. Finally, the wave splashed over on Victor Valley. And it just brings us in line with what other people are doing, which is to offer students credit for prior learning. So for example, you come out of the Navy, you learned a lot of things in the Navy. You might not have went to the school, to college for it, but you could get credit for whatever you did, sink boats or you flew airplanes. So
Did I forget to get the motion in the second? Yeah.
maybe.
I didn't get it on the floor, sorry.
Motion.
Thank you.
Second.
I love you guys.
Anyway, that's what it is. It's a grade of CE credit
Did you get that, Michelle?
earned.
All right, any discussion? Are we good?
Good.
Student advisory vote?
All
Yay.
good. It's all good.
Okay. Did you read 4235 or
No,
4230?
but you don't have it on the floor yet.
Right.
No,
Okay.
I read 4230. 4235 is what has to happen after.
Okay, 4235, can I get a motion? Credit for
Motion.
prior learning, and that was
So this
Brady
is actually
and Henderson.
just saying that the president of the
Brady, motion, second by Henderson. We're just being, we're sharing the
superintendent
wealth.
president shall consult with the Senate, rely primarily on the Senate to establish an AP to implement this board policy for credit for prior learning.
Okay. Any discussion or changes? Student advisory vote?
Yay.
And moving on to 11.6, 5015, which is residence determination. Oh, we need to vote. I'm so sorry. I'm kind of done.
Moving right along.
Kind of over it.
Overpaid.
50, did it pop up? 5015, residence determination. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
You two are like timed well today, so we'll switch it. Henderson motion, Brady second.
So what this does, this adds any student that is here with military or veteran status will be qualified for in-state tuition notwithstanding where they live. So
Okay, yeah, we read that one.
That's
Any
good, okay.
discussion or changes? Student advisory vote?
Yay.
Okay. .7, board policy 5700, intercollegiate athletics. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Brady, can I get a second? Anyone want a second?
Second.
Thank you.
So this policy brings us in compliance with Title IX regulations, saying that athletics equally to male, female, and transgender students. And what it means is that if a student, regardless of their birth gender, if they identify with a different gender, they can enroll in that athletic sport, whether it's women's volleyball or men's football.
Okay.
And it says that the superintendent president has to assure that athletics program complies with state law and blah, blah. All that.
Okay, all that. Any discussion or changes?
Yeah, I'd like to say that I don't agree with this. If we have a transgender running against females gonna lose, period. That's it. No matter how hard they try.
Maybe not.
Maybe not, but when that one transgender beat the female time by 38 seconds. How do you compete with that?
It wasn't fair.
Huh?
It wasn't fair.
Although this is
How do you
ed code that we have to add this, correct?
I know.
It's not ed code?
Federal Title IX.
Title IX.
Title IX, I know, and the Supreme Court upheld it, I know, but I don't agree with it,
Okay,
so.
any further discussion? No? Okay, student advisory vote?
Yay.
Oh, sorry, I
Yeah,
kicked you. Okay,
Who voted nay? Just me?
we have 2 nays and 3 yeas.
Okay.
All right, so 11.8, Board Resolution 2207, Women's History Month. Can I get a motion?
Second.
Brady, motion by Brady, second by Henderson. And we're gonna go ahead and have Miladies share the responsibility of reading it. Since I've already been speaking so much, I'm gonna share the wealth.
Okay, on motion of Member Brady, seconded by Member Henderson, the following resolution is hereby adopted. Whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless record and unrecorded ways. And whereas American women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of the life of our nation by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. And whereas American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the nation. And whereas American women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our nation. And whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement, and whereas American women have served our country courageously in the military, and
whereas American women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, and the industrial labor movement and civil rights movement and the other movements, especially the peace movement, which create a more fair and just society and for all. And whereas despite these contributions, the role of American women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and study of American history. And whereas Victor Valley Community College District, as a public institution of higher learning, is dedicated to providing opportunities for all people so that they can reach their highest potential. And whereas the passage of Public Law 100-9 officially established March as National Women's History Month, and whereas Women's History Month is an opportunity for all Americans to commemorate the struggles and victories of American women in our history and their invaluable contributions to society. Now therefore be it resolved that the Victor Valley Community College District proclaims March 2021 as Women's History Month.
Student advisory vote.
Yay.
Yay. I thought you might.
You might, yeah.
All right, moving on to 13.1, 2020, 2021, District Financial Audit and Bond Measure JJ Financial Performance Audit. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Henderson, can I get a second? Anybody want a second?
Second.
Thank you. So that's a motion by Henderson, a second by Wood. We saw the presentation earlier. Any discussion?
Well, I know that John Allen notified me that it was on the website. Unfortunately, I don't have time to look at the website. And I didn't, so I'm not gonna vote for it. Hopefully next time, maybe somebody can send it.
I think it's attached to the agenda that you get. You got it emailed to you.
Yeah.
We all
it
did.
Wasn't attached.
Saturday, I think, right?
No, it comes on Friday. I
Oh, I
open it
got it.
Saturday with
Yeah,
my
I
cup of
saw
coffee,
mine on
read the agenda
Saturday.
and the.
Yeah, I saw mine on Saturday.
Yeah, I got mine earlier.
Oh.
I got the earlier version.
Isn't it posted to all of us at the same time? Yeah. Just clarifying. Okay. So is that the only discussion? So student advisory vote?
Yay.
All right. All right, and moving on, 13.2, agreement with Dell Inc. Can I get a
Motion.
motion? Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Kelly, can you speak to what this is?
Brady.
I know what it is. Does everybody know what this is? USPs?
Supposedly they're batteries
Yeah,
and
this is mine.
generators.
This is just to replace the
Um,
existing
Henderson
UPSs
and
for all of
Brady.
the
UPSs.
network equipment on campus.
All of them?
All of them.
Okay.
Because the last time they were purchased was 5 years ago, and they were lead acid batteries previously, which usually only have about a 3-year shelf life, so they're overdue. Most of these are lithium ion, so they'll have a 5 to 10 year actually shelf life.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Anything? Student advisory vote?
Yay.
Uh, 13.3, bid award Lifetime Industries, doing business as Park West Construction Company. Can I get a motion?
Motion. Second.
Thank you. Motion by Henderson,
The
second by
revolving-
Wood.
The revolving door on the Student Activities Center,
What's the cost?
$425,700.
Yeah, 425,700.
There's a non-revolving door.
We purchased the door for about 89,000. Plus we have inspection, architects, so it's a pricey project.
Because they're redoing the bathroom and the concrete
Yeah.
outside, and so
Yeah,
it's
the
a
parking and-
big renovation.
Yeah, this project.
was an
with the
ADA.
DSA.
Huh?
The bathroom, I think, was
DSA brings in all the adjacent spaces into compliance. So we're out of compliance on the sidewalk, on the ADA parking, the handicap.
But you have those
parking.
pavers there, you don't have to move those, do you?
Well, we have to make all the slopes correct.
So the pavers that people pay for have to go out?
Well, if the slopes aren't correct, we'll have to redo them,
And just take them out and then put them back?
yeah.
Yeah.
And the subsurface, we have to take some fixtures out of the bathrooms because they don't meet ADA compliance. So we gotta take some fixtures out, repair the tile, stuff like that. So it's not just the door.
And nobody wanted the job. Just
Yeah,
four-
we had-
One person did.
We had 4 contractors walk the project and only one bid, received one bid.
They came out and said, no, thank you.
Wow. I hate to say this, but that's the industry right now. They take the stuff,
all
they
busy,
want
I guess,
they want the easy hanging fruit.
Well, and two, they don't like working with DSA. So,
Don't blame them.
All right, any further discussion? Student advisory vote?
Yay.
All right, moving on, 13.4, emergency agreement with Tyson Krupp for the elevator. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Henderson, second by Brady.
so this repairs the elevator in the Student Activity Center. Anything else you want to say about that, John?
Well, this is the one where the contractor working in the Rams Cafe saw cut through a hydraulic line and an electrical line that was not recorded on our as-built when we built the SAC.
That's why we're responsible for it, because
Yes, I asked.
they only have to go by those as-built drawings.
I was like, why? do we
Since
have
they
to pay
couldn't,
for
they didn't, the drawings we had didn't show that. So that's why the contractor was not liable for it.
If you went back to the guy that put the line in to begin with, they're probably not around.
Well, yeah.
Probably died and gone to heaven by now.
On
They're
that
probably like,
project,
we put a
had
line there?
drawings,
Really? Forgot to
we
draw
had
that.
We didn't draw that.
inspectors, and this is the way we found out the line was there.
So we'll add that to the drawings.
Then it was an emergency at the time, but then we called out the first elevator company and they said, well, you're gonna have to take those lines and move them above the ceiling. You can't repair them. And for, you could probably repair them for $10,000. And so then we went to the next elevator company and they said, no, you gotta go overhead. So then we went back to our architect and said, why do we have to go over? So we went to the state and the state said, guess we're requiring you to go overhead. So that's, a $10,000 job ends up being $100,000.
So that and
How
this-
far do they have to run the line though?
They gotta run it all the way to the back of the building.
Okay.
Pretty far.
So it's above the ceiling now. And, it was an emergency at the time, but we couldn't get any answers.
Do we
So-
have
We
an,
got multiple quotes, but we didn't go through a full.
So emergency agreements require by state code a 4/5 vote. This one and the next one are both emergency agreements.
They're emergencies that we thought we had.
Any,
It took so long, it's just like, wow, we could have bid it out. But
do we have a,
at the time, we wanted to get them.
But Jeff was involved in writing the language explaining why it was an emergency so that it's,
Yeah, it complies with the public contract code.
Do we have an estimated completion date on that now that we started getting
Yeah,
that
it's gonna
stuff
be
going?
done probably before the next board meeting.
Awesome.
It's, they've already started and are getting it all. You've seen the ceiling opened up.
I did see the ceiling opened up, yes. I just know that it makes it so that students that need the elevator haven't been able to go up to the ASB office.
They do have the
so-
one in
The back one, yeah, but you have to go like outside and, yeah. But that's good news.
Anything further discussion wise? Student advisory vote?
Yay. All right, 13.5 emergency agreement, Apple Valley Communications. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
We'll go with Pinkerton. Every time. Okay, discussion?
so this is, oh, John, you can explain it.
Oh, John.
I don't want to explain
This is
it.
a fiber line that eventually feeds Lower Campus. Once again, we did not have it documented to be terminated in building 52, which, as of yesterday, was supposed to be under demolition.
Oh.
So we thought we had an emergency then too, but 55 has been delayed a little bit, so. Anyway, undocumented fiber, and we ran into it when we were getting ready for the demo in building 52, so we had to hire Apple Valley to come in and put the fiber in, so we did not disrupt any of the operations down in the lower campus. Plus this, we put a larger fiber run to prep for the conference center.
Good. Did we cut that one too?
Well, no, it was new.
And it's being rerouted to 50.
What's the cost?
Haven't cut it yet.
It's,
Yet.
what's it say?
80 something.
89,000.
700.
$89,705.
And no cents. Didn't make any sense to do it in the first place, right?
Any
Unless
further
you drew it on the
discussion?
map, on the
Further discussion?
paperwork.
One of the things that we're really focused on now is documenting our.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Probably a good idea.
I guess you
That's a
are.
good idea.
That's because
Documenting what's hidden behind the
So I can
wall.
guarantee you, and my legacy will be, everything I did here will be documented.
so they won't know till 20 years from now.
John, you know the challenge, it's like you do it, and then if the next person just, it's like, I don't care.
You don't even wanna know what we ran in that sack. I can't believe that they actually had an inspector on that job.
Student advisory
People
vote?
here when it
Yay.
was built, but
Okay.
there's been so much done in there that's undocumented that in those two food service areas.
I'll tell you what,
I've never seen anything like it in my career.
when I was first here, nothing was documented for nothing.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, they didn't do anything.
That's how you get it done quick.
Yeah, quick. Like
Well,
a bunny.
exactly, yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna hire you to come fix this stuff, but you gotta come at night.
We didn't even go out to hire a president.
Yeah, no. When we pull ceiling tiles off and see air ducts that just stop. They don't go anywhere.
Who needs air ducts?
We
Yeah.
got plumbing that goes from one point A to point B, but it's got no water in it. It's like, wow.
It's extra.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a student training deal, they just forgot to.
I'm trying. The student advisory vote was a yay, just in case anybody missed it.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
You wanna get home too, huh?
A little bit.
Here.
Where?
Where?
We're an hour and 39 past mine.
No. Happens.
13.6, regular revolving cash fund increase. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Wood.
How much are we increasing it, 20,000?
That's for the fuel, that's for the fuel for the jet.
This is $200,000 to allow us to pay our credit card bills on time.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of
That's
having to wait
helpful,
Otherwise, you have to wait on the county.
which takes months.
And so this last month, they shut the cards down.
Yeah.
We owed them money.
Really?
So we fixed that.
Cool.
So did you get refused anywhere with your credit card?
Michelle and Gabby did.
Oh, no.
Really?
Embarrassing.
That's.
And then they say, did you steal it? And it says Victor Valley College on it? Yeah. Wow, that makes you feel good.
Any further discussion? Student advisory vote?
Yay.
All right, we're voting. Trying to move it along.
You're almost there.
There you go.
All right, 13.7, payroll revolving cash fund increase. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by
Wood.
Henderson, second by Brady.
So what this does is when we have a snafu in payroll and somebody says, oh my God, I didn't get my check this
Yeah.
month. We got a check, we can write them while we figure out what happened, so.
Yep,
Or
and
we
then it
figure out
gets
what happened
reimbursed.
first, but they have to get back in the queue.
Yeah. Any discussion? Student advisory vote?
Yay.
Okay.
On this one, the next one, you're gonna open a public hearing.
You guys like to give me the public hearings.
Yeah, you get them all.
Okay. Let's have 4 meetings within the meeting.
Right.
14-1.
Yeah, you really loaded this one up.
Okay, 14.1, public hearing, and we're gonna open a public hearing
I told you it was coming.
at 9:42.
January had nothing.
Clink, clink. And then what do I do? Do I have to get a motion? What do I do?
No,
Call
open
the
the
public
public
meeting.
I did that already. You guys were talking.
Anybody?
Does anybody want to say anything in the public?
Public meeting?
This is about the opening the CTA bargaining agreement. All right, close the public hearing.
Okay, so we're gonna close, well, should we wait a minute at least? Can we open it and close it in the same minute?
There's no faculty out there, so.
Nobody's here.
All right, or,
Bueller?
Unless the deans wanna talk on it.
Bueller?
well, we'll go ahead and close it in the same
What do you got to
minute.
say, Jackie? Nothing?
Give them what they want.
There you
You
go.
don't,
Now you
you don't mean that.
Classified.
Jeannie's hiding in the back.
What do I do? Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Henderson. Sorry, I said that funny. Any discussion? Student advisory vote?
Which one are we on?
14.1
One.
still? Yeah.
Okay,
We
yay.
vote on
Yeah,
that? Oh, okay.
Yay by the student advisor.
this is the one you voted on.
Person.
We had it last.
Trustee.
Okay. All right.
Discussion last month.
It's late, you're fine.
Oh my God.
Information. Following some bureaucratic rule.
Right.
All right. 14.2 non-classified short-term employees. I said shirt. Short-term employees. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Henderson. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Brady. Discussion?
You have this every month.
Student advisory vote?
Yay.
Okay. .3 revised job description for program manager. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Henderson. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Brady.
I believe this is, Monica, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is so we can hire the 4 people in the to run the engagement centers for the rampass you heard about tonight. Yeah.
All right. Discussion, anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Student advisory vote?
Yay.
We'll be hiring those 4 people using student equity achievement funds.
I like it, I like it.
Not the general fund, we can't afford that.
Hey, Michelle.
What'd you say? Are we okay?
No, my thing popped.
Crashed out.
Yours broke.
It's popped in the
Crashed
bag.
out.
We can just get rid of that.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right. Moving on, 15.1 curriculum changes. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Henderson, second by Brady. Any discussion?
No, I asked my questions. I was good.
All right. Can I get a student advisory vote?
Yay.
Can I get a witness? All right. Seventeen point one Inland Empire Desert Region Subagreement Employer Engagement Manager. Can I get a motion? Motion by Henderson. Can I get a second?
Second.
Let's go ahead and give it over to the
This is
Wood.
a Region 9 funds for the region, and they would be housed here, but they work for Region 9, all 12 colleges.
Any discussion? Student advisory vote?
Yay.
Seventeen point two Klein Educational Systems HVAC Learning System. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
We'll go with Wood as the motion.
Second.
Second as the Henderson. No, Henderson as the second. Switch it, reverse it.
This is for an HVAC training system
Looks cool.
to be used in our construction technology program.
That's good.
Very cool. Can, any discussion? Student advisory vote?
Yay.
Thank you. Ooh, that was up fast, Michelle. Good job. The system had decided to. All right. Did it pop up? We spoke too soon. All right, 21.1 Live Nation for graduation. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Wood, second by Henderson.
June 15th.
It's a Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday,
It's a
6
Wednesday.
p.m.
All right, any discussion? Student advisory vote?
Yay. Hopefully traffic will be better on that day.
On a Wednesday
Yeah.
instead of a Saturday?
I should honorably mention, I believe the ASB is paying for how much of this?
25?
They've already paid 25,000.
Nice.
So we wouldn't lose the spot.
That was
Again.
very generous of you.
Again.
Again.
But thank the students, that's wonderful.
Yes, thank you, students.
Right.
Okay, 21.2 Foundation for California Community College Timely MD Renewal. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Henderson.
Second.
Thank you.
This gives the students 24/7 access to a doctor, mental health, via like is it telehealth,
Yeah, the phone.
And this was used by about 500 students this last year. Wasn't that right? About 500. And we are going to assign this to our Basic Needs Center. And Amber Allen met with myself and Dr. Ingleson last week, and she's going to find a way to really promote this and get it out there so that all students can access it. We wouldn't expect that all would, but certainly more than 500. So we're using HERF dollars for this. If it is a success this next year, then it could possibly be paid for with our basic needs money,
Okay.
because this is the last year for HERF dollars.
Any further discussion? Can I get the student advisory vote? This
Yay.
makes things so weird. All right, and then 22.1 quarterly financial status report for the second quarter ending December 31st, 2021. Can I get a motion?
Motion. We don't need.
Oh, I don't need it.
Discussion.
Never mind, sorry. Forget I said that. Scratch it from the record. Did anybody want to talk about it at 9:51?
Almost
No?
9:52.
All right.
There's another one for discussion if you want to talk about that
Yeah.
at 9:52.
22. No? Nothing?
I don't want to talk about either one of them.
All right. So moving along, is that how we do this? 23.1, individual Board of Trustee reports that we are going to limit to 3 minutes. Start the clock.
3 minutes for everybody, right?
3 minutes for all however many there are
all
of us.
5 of them.
So let's start on the end with my beautiful Sharon.
Thank you. Well, I'm not going to say much. I want to thank everybody for coming out and wish you a good evening and God bless.
Hey, Brandon, take a note out of Sharon's book, please.
That goes to the history books.
All right, thanks for being here. That's it.
All right. Ditto. Dennis?
I had a friend of mine who went here a long time ago, a while back, graduated here and then graduated from a law college, a law degree, and he's practicing law now. I knew this kid when he was 15, and when I was a deputy sheriff, I was in charge of the Explorer Scouts back in Victorville, and I met him. He became one of my explorers, and he was 15 years old, and it's a real success story. He's now a practicing attorney, so.
Is he practicing up here?
No, he's up in Ridgecrest.
Ah.
But he's doing real well. Anyway, so I just that's
Thank you for telling us.
yeah.
Brady?
I thought tonight's presentation on the student housing was rather interesting. I would really, Dr. Dan, I would really encourage you to get their presentation. I think they know what they need. Let's look at references, number of projects that they built, bond underwriting. Let's look at the performer that they've done. Let's look at the initial performer they've done here. I think the sooner you can get it out to the board here, I think the sooner that we can maybe have an additional discussion at the April meeting. I'm all for it, so I'm urging you, if you can get that stuff.
You're gonna send me a list in the morning, right?
I gave it to you. I've got to run it on. I'll try to get it, but I think you know what.
Well, really not. I really would like to know exactly what you're wanting, so I'll get what you asked for.
Okay.
And I'll get it out to you guys right away.
All right. Anybody have anything else to say?
No, I talked lots
You
tonight.
talked to lots
Yeah.
tonight. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second.
Let's go with motion by Brady, second by Henderson, and the time is 9:54. Thank you.
Yay.
We're out.
We're out of here before midnight.
Look at that.